What's up, Twitch stream? What is going on tonight, ladies and gentlemen? I want to thank the 7 of you joining me right off the top. I do so appreciate you hanging out with me every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We're up to a hell of a schedule here on the channel. By the way, I do want to remind all of you to be here Sunday, February 7th. That's this coming Sunday, 8 p.m. There's going to be some very special programming on the channel. If you are a fan of Limit Break Radio, I highly suggest that you be here. Yes, Fusion X, you know damn well what's happening this weekend. We are drawing ever closer to what is inevitably going to be the announcement of the next FF14 expansion. Maraxis asking, LBR back? You gotta tune in to find out. If I told you here, you'd have no reason to tune in on Sunday. You gotta find out. Although I do understand something big is happening on Friday. So people are putting 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 together and coming up with 10. You might be right. I don't know how many 2s I laid out in that. Ramos saying Nate's going to Gamer Escape. We tried that once. That's all right. Anyway, but yes, there is a big event going down here on the channel. There's a good chance that, you know, it could be related to what's going on Friday. You know, if I had to guess, I would think that might be, you know, that might be a fair guess, you know? Zale Doria says LBR fan fiction. That's right. I'm not even going to talk about the announcement on Friday. I'm just going to sit here and stare into the camera and read LBR fan fiction until everyone gets uncomfortable. Nate reveals he's a millionaire from GME stock. God, I fucking wish. I wish. Maraxa says, I have missed LBR, have not played FF14 since. Well, you know, I understand that. I too miss doing that show. So that is understandable. But I think if you tune in on Sunday, that you'll be very interested in whatever the fuck we're talking about. I'm just gonna guess. It's a wild guess, throwing it out there. Anyway, so yeah. Speaking of what is happening on Friday, this inevitable expansion announcement, I actually want to talk about that tonight and, you know, kind of share some of what, you know, what my speculation is in terms of, you know, what we can expect with the next expansion. For some of it, I would like to be proven wrong. It's just I have to go with where the evidence takes me. T-Money asking call-ins today. Look, man, here's the deal. I'm gonna hang out in on air on Discord. If you wanna call in, we'll call it calling in. If you wanna call in at any point and share what you think the next expansion is going to be, go ahead and hop into Discord in the on hold voice chat, and I will move you over when I deem it right to talk to you. When I proclaim you may speak, I shall move your account to the correct voice channel. But anyway, no, I do want to talk about that. I also want to be able to do something where I don't have to think a lot. So that has given me the bright idea to do some Bazooja content today. Yay! All right. Yeah, I know. It's what we've been doing in FF14 for a couple of weeks now. I've not made the progress that I should in order to be able to partake in whatever the hell released today. Because I am still a lowly, I don't know, rank something or other. Not very high. So, but before we get into that, I kind of just want to share some of my thoughts as to what we can expect. And is this 6.0 or 7.0? I don't remember. I think it's 6, but I'm not entirely sure. Correct me, chat. Evil Lives saying, honestly, I'm hoping Lore Book 3 is also announced. Lore Book 3 would be great. I still have not read Lore Book 2. Okay, so 6.0 is what is ahead of us. So let's talk about the possibilities that surround 6.0, because you know, I think that Shadowbringers threw everyone through a loop in terms of where we thought the story was going. I don't think any of us necessarily thought, you know, that they were going to bring back the Warriors of Darkness storyline and make use of some of those shards, right? That was a surprise to me. That to me seemed like too much of it was a really big reset button to hit. And I think I think I had lost faith in Square Enix to do the bold and more interesting thing after Stormblood, because I felt Stormblood was so much less inspired than some of the previous 14 expansions. But you can only punt that football for so long. So I do think that we are legitimately going to Garlemald and to the, is it Islabard continent? Not content, continent. That to me seems like the only logical place to go. Now, it is possible that Square Enix might want to punt that one more time or address the Garlemald stuff that's happening, because it has become much less of a threat, or a much less of an existential threat than it was previously. They could try to start taking care of it in side storylines, not unlike Bazooja. And, you know, where else could we go? Well, we could go to Mericidia. I think that would be incredibly interesting and might tie back into or start to address some of the various things and plot points that were introduced with Midgar-Somer, because there is still some Midgar-Somer. What's going on, Morgan Freeman? How you doing? There are still some Midgar-Somer plot points that I am very interested about. So I think that the most likely thing is that we're going to Garlemald. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because I hear a lot of people really bemoaning the fact or the idea that we're going to Garlemald. And, you know, I do agree that at this point, you know, dragging into our 5th expansion, that it does feel like the whole thing with Garlemald has been dragging its feet as a plot point. However, that I would say that would be indicative of bad writing if Garlemald was in stasis the entire time. If there was no plot, if there was, you know, because like what's happening in Garlemald is playing out simultaneously as the Shadowbringers story is playing out, which is why we keep kind of flashing sideways, to borrow a term from Lost, which is why we keep flashing sideways to whatever the fuck Estinian is doing in Garlemald, right? So we know, you know, in that time, the Emperor has been assassinated, a civil war has broken out. It is not the same existential threat that existed 2 expansions ago. So I think in that, having a dynamic situation on the other side of that border makes what could possibly come out of that much more interesting and much more dynamic. There's much more possibility for an interesting storyline other than, you know, clashing with the Empire, and the Empire is the big bad. That brings us to who is the big bad. I really, really don't want it to be Xenos, but that seems like the most likely possibility. Xenos is not a very well-written villain. However, there was that statement several years ago from Yoshi P that said, you know, what Xenos does will make you hate him. He will be a truly contemptible character. And the interesting part of that is that, you know, that statement could still be true. You know, if the only thing that drives him is this sort of, you know, sense of like, oh, I need to find my favorite guy so I can do some sword duels. That does, you know, that doesn't do it for me, dog. That's just not, I don't know, that's not terribly interesting. So there are some possibilities, though, in terms of the way that Xenos could be used, right? So Xenos could end up dying at the end of whatever we're doing now. So just before 6.0, right? Like he'd be the big bad of like 5.5 or 5.55, whatever it is. That could be a possibility, although I happen to think that Fandango is more right for that role. And so it seems like Xenos is set up to be the big bad of whenever we go to the Garlean Empire, however we go to the Garlean Empire, Xenos seems to be the guy. So is there anything that Square Enix could do between now and then to make it more interesting? I think one of the forgotten things about Xenos that makes him inherently interesting is the fact that he's an artificial scion. Or not scion, an artificial Ascian. That he gave himself the powers of an Ascian artificially. I think that is intensely interesting. And then you've also got the rest of the Ascians that are hanging out somewhere in the background. And as we know from the Eden storyline, there is much more dynamics to Ascians and their motivations, also evident from Skunk Stripe Boy. I can't remember his name. The one that everyone loves. But, you know, I'm very interested to see how that continues to progress, even though we have no more unsundered Ascians. I'd like for them to move to a bit more of a minor threat. Just a minor threat, yeah. I'd like for them to move into a bit more of a minor threat role. But as the ones who are pulling the strings behind Garlemald, there has to be some sort of Ascian element to whatever comes next. So I think, and what I hear people complain about the most is like, oh, this next expansion is going to be devoid of surprises. And I understand why people would kind of make that connection. Although I have to say, and maybe this is a bit of the rose-colored glasses coming in terms of my recent, my recent return to Eorzea may be concerned. I think that Shadowbringers really redeemed a lot of the writing and a lot of the, the execution of plot points, at least in my eyes. So what Square Enix has done is effectively, for me, at least personally, is they have won back a measure of giving them the benefit of the doubt. There is also the very real desire on my part, personally as a player who has been invested in this game for, God, what seems like a decade now. There are still some dangling plot threads which I am very interested in if they ever become addressed and how they end up being addressed. There's still the greatest mystery from 1.0, and that is, what is the power that lies beneath Silvertear Lake? That may never be revisited. I have not that long ago gone back to some of the very good interviews that Fusion X has done with Koji Fox, and where he talked about that plot point specifically and said, I'm paraphrasing here. We don't really know if that's ever going to be addressed. And so, as a player, especially as a 1.0 player, I think that's one of the more interesting things, one of the more interesting remnants of 1.0 that has never been addressed. It may never be addressed, so, I may end up disappointed on that one. But it's not, it's not like FF11 and never going to Tavnasia. You know what I mean? It's not quite like on that level. So, there definitely are some older plot points and dangling participle, threads, plot threads that I'd love to see addressed in the next expansion. So, all right, we got T-Money on hold here. I'm going to bring him in just a hot second. But I want to remind all of you that are watching that if you do want to share your thoughts as to what what you think that we as players can expect in 6.0, if you want to share that, hop into Discord. If you don't have the link, ! Discord in the Twitch chat will get you the link provided to you by the bot. And either feel free to share what your thoughts are in the chat room, or like T-Money is doing, go ahead and share them on Discord. So what up, T-Money? Yo. Hello.
Sorry, had to mute the stream on my end. So
You're all good. You're all good. What's up?
It's going good, man. It feels weird. It feels like I'm calling back into Limit Break Radio. It feels kind of good, actually.
Well, that may be a thing that might happen again. So anyway, go. What do you think we're in store with 6.0?
Well, first of all, I got a damn fact, and that's a fact everyone's going to have to accept. We're getting a fucking healer in 6.0. Get over it.
What makes you think that? Like, what's the evidence that is in fact happening?
Well, besides the fact that we've been missing out on a healer 2 expansions now, it is the jobs that they have done the least for. They focused on balancing, and arguably, I would say they kind of got it right on the ass end. But it has to happen because, hey, we got a tank, we've got range physical is balanced out. Mr. Happy put out, I think, a fairly decent video recently regarding the balance of what we're going to get. I actually watched it. And regardless of what the second job, we have to get a healer because healers, were ready to riot when we were left out. I'm a healer main. I've healed this entirety of this expansion as my main. I did like 1 week as a tank main. And then we lost our healer, and then my current static is like, hey, you have healing experience, we're gonna put you on healer. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, look, if I don't get a healer this expansion, I'm done healing. I can't do the current build of it's Astro ever since fucking Heaven's Ward. Astro, fucking Astro. Just stop with the goddamn Astro, please. I love Astro. Fun job. It's a great job to min-max. It's a great job to come in and help your team clear stuff. But god damn, it's just Astro has been in it. And I just want something to challenge Astro's spot. And now I want, White Mage for once challenged Scholar's spot.
All right, so lack of healers in the last 2 rounds of expansion seems to be the majority of the evidence. What in terms of the actual job, what job would you actually like to see?
Something that's gonna knock Astro off its goddamn pedestal is something I want to see. In terms of the thing, in terms of the jobs, bit of shaming you, or I kind of really didn't get into Final Fantasy until FF14 and started expanding more into it. But in terms of a healer, Geomancer has a strong argument as a healer, but from the lore standpoint, I think it wouldn't do well as it's just an Eastern Conjurer, and it's like, hey, we already fucking have Conjurer, which leads into White Mage, so why the fuck even have it? I just want to see something that can compete with Astro, and by compete with Astro, I mean, hey, its output from a healing and damage output is not enough in any setting with an Astro, and I think Square Enix needs to just accept that certain things just aren't going to be able to work together, especially in healers, in order to build a stronger healing meta.
So, okay, all right. So, what about a physical based healer? I know this is something that we had come up with on LBR kind of back in the day. But
fucking give me that shit.
I mean,
to have something like that.
At one point in 11, Dancer had kind of had some abilities that fit that role. I know that some people wanted Dancer to be a bit more of a healer than it is. So I'm just trying to think of some old Final Fantasy, Chemist. There's another one from Final Fantasy V, a healer that focuses on items. Is kind of like another way to possibly do it. So, just some ideas, at least there from the past of Final Fantasy. Any of that sound appealing to you?
I mean, if it shakes up the healer gameplay in its entirety, it'd be good. Right now, healing in this game, it's either HOTS or shields, and the meta and I'm talking speed kill meta is white mage with regen Astro. Let me repeat that because I think we got some people who don't hear it. There is a white mage who does healing over time, or HOTS, with an Astro that does healing over time, or HOTS. That says a lot about this game. That the healing dichotomy in this game is you have a regen healer and you have a shield healer. But at the high end of this game, you don't need shields. First of all, it just makes Scholar just fucking useless, because that's 90% of its utility and healing. You know, not to mention, it even with change strat, it doesn't equal bringing a white mage. So you gotta ask yourself, you know, and decibels, fucking thank you. HOTS shouldn't stack. Thank you. God damn.
Okay.
God.
So what I'm hearing is that you are looking for something that changes the meta far more than a specific, you know, like aesthetic for a job, or you know, having some kind of particular attachment to you know, a job from Final Fantasy's past.
Hugely for me, it's, you know, I'm probably one of the few LBR fans that is really deeply ingrained in the end game. You know, I'm looking to try and take a week off for Ultimate, you know, but for me, when it comes to the gameplay, it's just, if the job is, you know, for certain things, yes, you gotta follow meta. Ultimate, you gotta bring what you're best at, and if you're best at, you know, what's best for the group. And in the healing meta, it's so weird, especially, you know, healing through an entire expansion. You know, this is the first expansion I've healed entirely from point A to point B. Cleared all savage fights as healer. You know, I remember switching on 8S to Astro over Scholar, because Scholar just, you know, had certain healing abilities that weren't great in the way I healed, and it wasn't until I geared up, the group geared up, we were able to clear it with me on Scholar, and we only did it once or twice because just Astro was so strong. It needs to shift the meta. Astro needs a bit of a knock off its peg for an expansion, just so people explore more about healing, and just to give people a chance to heal on other jobs. Me, I love playing Astro, but my personal favorite healer is Scholar, because I don't have to fucking think. Just OGCD heal 99.9% of the time. If I'm casting a GCD heal on Scholar, it's because something is that strong, or because something has gone wrong.
Hey, Anu Coin, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. All right, so what about in terms of setting? Where are you hoping that 6.0 is going to be set for the story?
You know, it's funny you mentioned Mirror City on your thing, because I'm like, we're going there, because, and this is why, we have Lunar Bahamut. I'm like, you know, yeah, Garlemald makes sense because of fucking whatever the fuck his name is, inhabiting the best villain they had until they fucking dropped the ball on him. You know, he's based in Garlemald. Everyone's based in Garlemald now.
Mm-hmm.
But the head of Garlemald, Varys, just has a I don't give a fuck attitude. So I don't think we're going there, because his attitude is more I don't give a fuck. Whereas everything that's given a fuck right now is coming out of Varys, you know, honestly, he's whatever fucking Asian name is. And he's using Lunar Bahamut. And Bahamut was based out of Mericidia.
Sure.
So I think we're going to be going there, looking into a way to defeat Bahamut, our lunar Bahamut.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't, and the reason is because we can also summon Bahamut. That's why I think whatever lunar Bahamut is has more to do with the fact that we, the player, can also summon Bahamut, and less to do with the fact that it's another actual Bahamut entity.
A valid theory. Counterpoint is that the only players who've completed the Summoner questline can do it. Something like that, and that's less to do with lore reasoning. That's more of the game dev thinking. Is, hey, we have players who might have never touched the Summoner questline, so.
Sure, but can't you sort of just hand wave that away by saying, Fandango is a summoner, or he had, been trained as a summoner before he became an Ascian, or really, I mean, you don't even have to call it summoning, because the Ascians had developed creation magics, so you could really kind of chalk that up. You could hand wave that away as creation magics, and not even really have to address that, because like the Bahamut that we fight isn't the original Bahamut. The original Bahamut was killed centuries ago and brought back by the prayers of Tiamat up in Azazla. So, like to that end, couldn't you say that the Ascians instead of Tiamat were the ones who gave it vision and kind of gave it life? I think with entities like Bahamut, you can hand wave so much of that away because the rules aren't as clearly defined as some of the things in the rest of the world. I think going to Mericidia presents a huge writing problem, in that, okay, if we're going to Mericidia, what is the existential threat that forces us to Mericidia, and why would we have to put what's going on in Garlemald, which seems to be the focus of the the narrative, not just for not just for the main story, but also in some of these side pieces of content like Bazoja. How do you successfully put that plot point off or address it inside content if you're going to Mericidia?
All right, so I'm going to start with your first point of the summoner thing. For Fandango, you're right, it works for him. But for the player, the specific, you're Warrior of Light, there are a ton of players out there who have never touched Summoner. Don't blame them. Most fucking confusing job. You need a spreadsheet just to fucking understand pushing button 1 on that thing. A little bit of hyperbole there. Sorry. But there's tons of people who haven't touched it since whenever. So if they haven't touched it ever, and maybe never leveled Scholar, they're never going to have the capability to touch being able to summon Bahamut.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, Fandango already summons Bahamut. So, like, the understanding that we can do it doesn't even, it doesn't need to be there. It's not necessary to understanding that Fandango has the ability to summon, right?
It has nothing. Remove Fandango from the equation is what I'm saying there.
Well, no, but I mean, like, no, you can't remove Fandango from the equation, because then you're right. I would have to go do the summoner storyline to understand why can we summon Bahamut. But in storyline, if you go, oh, he's a summoner, and you simply know that summoners can summon Bahamut at some point, there you go. That's, I mean, to me, that's a satisfactory enough answer to be able to sort of address the whole point of, like, you know, why is Lunar Bahamut even a thing? Like, I honestly think that Lunar Bahamut is just there to make Fandango more threatening and to honestly reuse assets. Like, I think that has way more to do with it than anything. That's just a recolor of an asset that already exists that they can then just kind of change some of the cosmetics about a fight, and there you go. You've got your MSQ fight. So
sorry, I was laughing because when you were saying reusing assets, I immediately went to the Jim Sterling autoerotic asset flipsiation joke he made. So that's why I was laughing. No, my thing though is because it would feel like they're forcing players into a specific job quest line.
No, because I don't think having to do that job quest line is necessary to understand Fandango is a summoner, therefore he summoned a version of Bahamut.
Okay, so I'm gonna meet you halfway. I still think we're going to Mericidia, just if not to understand Bahamut, but rather to understand how to beat it. Okay. I think Mericidia is gonna at least play a role. At least. I'm. If we already defeated that, like, to me, that's why Twilight Bahamut wasn't a threat. As like, oh, I've been here, I've done this, I fought the other Bahamut, the quote unquote real Bahamut. You know, like, this guy doesn't fucking scare me. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's why I think Fandango is not going to be a threat beyond 5.5. I think he's going to be a threat in 6.0 just because Square Enix is unfortunately laughably predictable in that. I think he's going to be the 6.0 threat, and I think he's going to stop being a threat in 6.0. I honestly was hoping differently for Emmett Selk, but unfortunately Emmett Selk ended in, 5.x, so in 5.0, and I'm like, shit. Great ending, but damn, I really wanted more from him.
Sure.
But again, laughably predictable Square Enix. In terms of where we're going, but I think for SE, the thing I think I will give them is, at least for me, is predictable on where we're going, but how we get there is where they surprise me. Is usually what I will give them, at least in 14.
Right on.
And Decibels, if you're right about what's going to happen to Fandango and Xenos, and that would honestly be fucking like, oh shit, Xenos is actually going to be a threat this time.
He could. It's possible. I see a lot of people rolling their eyes at the idea that Xenos is the ultimate threat. Although I will give you this: like, if Fandango surprise kills fucking Xenos like right at the beginning of 6.0 and is like, no, I'm the threat. Like, I'd be like, oh, okay, all right. I dig it.
I don't think they're going to do that, though, because SE knows the thirst of their player base, and they will fucking cater to that. And they know that there are some thirsty people for Xenos out there.
You're right, but I don't know. I don't... do they let that get in the way of writing? Like, the actual, like, core of the MSQ? I would say in 11, maybe they did. Because in 11, you've got this entire harem of fucking, fangirls that hangs out with you throughout whatever piece of content you're doing. But, I never really got that, except for the fact that everyone wants to bone the Warrior of Light. Like, literally everyone.
I think Mericidia is going to play a key role in the MSQ. I think it might be, going back to I think it might be a Stormblood split, actually.
That's the one thing I don't want, is a Stormblood split. I do not want a Stormblood split.
I would rather I be wrong. We go focus on Garlemald. We get a good fucking focus story in Garlemald.
I agree. I mean,
we
that's
get a good focus story in Mirror City. I don't give a fuck which one it is, but fucking focus the fuck down. I don't want to be split between Doma and Alamigo and have both of their stories, their fucking stories of their struggles to liberate themselves, fucking watered down and ruined.
I agree with that, and I definitely don't want a split storyline. I think one of the things that was most disappointing about that was how much I was looking forward to, spending time in Alamigo. But the other part about that is that there's so much land in Ilsabard. Ilsabard, if I'm not mistaken, is the largest land continent of the three big continents. So even if we go to Garlemald, that doesn't mean that we're going to see all of Islabard or even all of the main continent that's revealed. But I sort of feel like for everyone's OCD that they have to uncover that big, cloudy part of the map that covers Garlemald and the rest of Islabard, and at least give us an idea of what exists there in terms of a landmass.
I mean, we know Garlemald is the most northern place based off of the and unfortunately my lore book is like half a mile away in Narnia for me to get up and go grab it. But and it looks like I might be raiding today after all. So I might have to leave soon. I don't know how soon, but
it's all right.
I'm gonna definitely. I definitely want to say this. One, we have to get a healer based off of the patterns and the sheer fucking player demand for it. We're gonna get a healer. I don't know what, and I hope it's interesting, or else, by God, I am not healing another fucking expansion. It is the most stressful thing to do in progression rating is healing.
I believe it.
Tanks have a little bit of stress because they're trying to get boss positioning right. And I've tanked too, so I can comment on that. DPS have the lull, just got to learn the mechanics, and learn where we can greed and where we can't greed. I've rated on all three, so that's why I can kind of comment on that. But
sure.
If we don't get a new healer, I think healers are going to riot. They said they wanted to focus on balancing, and it took them an entire fucking expansion. I don't think they're going to get balance right until they have what they need to do is just say, Astro, we're getting rid of your sects, we're getting rid of neutral Diurno, we're going to make Astro one sect, and we're going to make it the utility sect of that role for your healer. And we're going to make this new healer the, like say make Astro regen, and it's going to be the utility healer of regen.
Mm-hmm.
But super weak healer, because it really is right now. Its potencies are really weak. Then make, the new shield healer, the utility, or not so much the utility, but the actual main healer, shield healer. And it would pair great with Astro and make, Scholar work great with, be the utility healer on shields, and give it more DPS utility to help the party out, not just chain, which is, arguably worthless.
Sure.
I mean, it really is. They've done the math. The change stratagem and Astro, or not change stratagem, Astro, the change stratagem in Scholar's DPS does not equal out to bringing in a white mage. It is pathetic.
Right on, man.
And that's just, hey, if you're going to balance healers, first, you need to figure out what are we balancing it around. You need to balance it around the hardest content, which is ultimate and savage.
Well, in terms of a setting for the next raid tier, what do you want to see?
I don't care what I want, what we get, what I want to see, what I need to see. Not so much in Savage. In normal mode is an actual goddamn raid zone. Fucking stop dropping me straight into a boss fight. That's just 4 fucking primals back to back with a story setting that makes sense. You know what? You might as well just fucking make it a 24 goddamn man setting and just go from boss to boss to boss at that point.
Yeah, I don't know that I would hold out my hope for that one. All right, I got Ramos hanging on, so I want to be able to get to him. And I know you had said that you're possibly raiding tonight. So thanks so much for sharing your thoughts on what you think we might be getting with 6.0.
Thanks. Make sure you put this VOD up to YouTube so I can watch the rest of it.
All right, will do. Take it easy. Have a good one, T-Money.
You too.
All right. Let's get Ramos in here. Ramos, hey, what's going on, man? What up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. So, let's run it down. What do you think we're getting with 6.0, man?
I definitely think in terms of 100% we're getting another healer, absolutely. I think it's been about, 6 years since Astrologian was introduced. It's just one of the roles that has just been long overdue for another update.
Do you particularly have a specific job that you want to see put in as a healer for 6.0?
I'm just because the game has dropped a lot of hints so far, and I'll touch upon those points a little bit later here, but I really do think Chemist is probably the surefire bet here going into 6.0.
What makes
I do think
what makes you think it's Chemist?
It's just a strong, they hinted it with little Makote girl or whatever they call them on the first.
Yeah.
I think it's just a strong indication of the job choices all. Of course, nothing's concrete, but
right. It's all speculation until Friday night, right?
Right. And in conjunction with some of the other changes, especially that they've done with Dancer and especially the Ninja Mudra, it kind of lends itself to sort of a mixed kind of action with the Chemist type of healer.
Okay.
You can just mix ingredients or whatever to determine, the kind of spell that you want to use. And I think that would make for a really good gameplay for a new healer.
Nice. All right, so outside of a new healer, what's another job? Because usually we get jobs in pairs. What's another job you'd like to see?
Well, I do think it's going to be tied with where I think our next new city is going to be.
Okay.
I do think it's actually going to be Old Charlayan.
Oh, okay. What makes you think it's going to be Old Charlayan?
They've had a huge focus on Charlayan lore, right? It started with the Archon loaf,
sure,
and it continues to go on where the twins and even the Catboy are just talking about their time as being students or just being in Old Charlayan. So it just seems like they're dropping hints.
Okay.
So I feel that they're leading us in that direction, even though I know it's kind of far away from the rest of the continent.
Well, and it's not terribly big in terms of a landmass. Again, I kind of go back to the map that we've seen in terms of just sheer landmass. You've got so much in Islabard that you've got to uncover. And again, I think the risk that you end up running by putting that off is sort of the FF11 Tavnasia effect, where it's like, we got so many things that, paid off throughout FF11's lifetime. How is one of them never going to Tavnasia proper? Like it's almost
Right, yeah.
it's almost bizarre that never happened. So I definitely understand the reasoning, and you're right. They have dropped a bunch of stuff about Archons, a ton of lore about the Archons and about Old Charlayan. I was actually thinking that Old Charlayan may end up being a zone much like Bazoja, or even the way that the Bazoja zones had appeared first, as the 24-man alliance raids. That was if I'm not mistaken, some of the lore there was that city had to be abandoned. So it seems to me like there might be a struggle to take it back, at least from a narrative standpoint.
The new Charlayan, right, which is what we came across in the hinterlands, where like a group of people had come to the hinterlands, or the Ishgard area, right, and they made a settlement, and then the Garleans attacked, and then they said, fuck this, we're out, and they moved back, and that group of people went back to Old Charlayan.
Oh, okay.
Which is like their city proper.
Okay. I thought that there was a conflict that had forced them out.
I don't believe so.
Was it the Bazoja incident that forced them to abandon Old Charlayan, or was the impetus for them to abandon Old Charlayan?
I think I don't remember. I think it might have to do something with the flood that moved people to Old Charlayan.
The flood.
Yeah, I think it was the 5th calamity.
Okay.
From the results from the War of the Magi.
No, it was okay. No, I got it mixed up. It was New Charlayan that they ended up abandoning because of the calamity, our calamity, right, that we know. And Fusion X, I do believe, is right that that Old Charlayan was never abandoned.
Yeah, Old Charlayan was where they were from, and then people had moved out of there and founded New Charlayan, and then they left. They abandoned New Charlayan.
Right, and it was New Charlayan that ended up being abandoned. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, but still, though, we do have a problem that Old Charlayan is still kind of a small landmass. Do you think an entire expansion can play out over that small of a landmass?
Oh, no, all of that is in the new hinterlands. I'm just saying, for our city, right? Because I don't think it's going to be more than a city that we visit.
Okay.
For the expansion is all. I don't think I definitely think for the expansion content, it's going to take place in Ilsabard.
Gotcha. So maybe Old Charlayan is acting like
Hugane is, basically, right? Hugane is off the coast of Othard, but we still do our expansion stuff there.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. So, who's the big bad then, do you think, going into 6.0?
It's got to be Xenos. I don't think.
Right?
It's going to be like Xenos absorbing Zodiark, and it becomes like Zeramis or some shit like that,
Yeah, see, that seems right. That seems right on the nose, because the other thing that we've been building toward is this, confrontation between, Heidelin's champion and Zodiark's champion. And, it's logic sort of dictates at some point Xenos is going to be that. That's what it seems like the ultimate, conflict is there. Is that satisfying, though? Everyone fucking hates Xenos. I can't stand Xenos as a character. and not for like villain reasons, but just for like just fuck, I don't like him. He's not been written well. He's just kind of he's like a fucking like a fucking apathetic millennial dick that I just don't like.
He's the Saturday morning cartoon villain is what he is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's a really good way of putting it. And to me, that becomes less kind of believable. Maybe not believable, but like I have less animus towards that, and just more annoyance. And I don't think that's what you want from like a big bad, right? You want fear. You want loathing. I don't think you want, like frustration bordering on ambivalence.
Yeah, no, he is a very divisive character. There's a lot of people who do enjoy him, and most part, from people that I've talked to, like they really don't care for him. So, like, I was mentioning in just like one of my Discord channels that if they off him in the 5.5, I will be shocked, and I will have no idea what's going to happen for 6.0 if that happens.
Isn't that kind of a good shock, though? Like, right? Like, if you're going to do something to shock your audience, don't you kind of want it to be to, you want it to be to a character that seems to be very central to whatever's going on, whether it is whether it's a villain or whether it's, compatriot, you know what I mean? Those deaths mean more when it's someone who has been around for a while or who has been built up to be, a credible threat.
Yeah, that it's something that this game doesn't do very well.
You're telling me.
Telegraph pretty much all of the deaths in the game, right? Like they'll put up the flag, like they'll very clearly wrap up the character storyline or something like that, and then they'll off the character. It's very rare that they'll kill a character outright.
Right.
Out of nowhere.
No, I definitely hear you on that one. So what do you think the Fandango? What do you think his role is?
I've been discussing a lot about Fandango's character with a couple of people. We do know that the ancients that had summoned Zodiac, they, MXL, since all of them were tempered, but there's only 3 of them that were uncentered, and the rest, they were killed, right? Essentially. Right. And in order to raise them back up, they used the convocation crystals, which just has memories of the person who created the crystal, right? So they're basically secondhand memories of other people. So all of the uncentered Astians basically have artificial memories, right?
Sure.
That could be altered in any number of ways. So Fandango, I think, is operating under the assumption that he no longer has anyone watching over his shoulder. Because basically they said, here, you're an Astian and this is your job. And maybe underneath, he's like, I don't want that job, right? Like, right. That's not what I want to do.
Sure.
And so...
sort of like an inverse... Oh, God. I can't think of his name, but the guy who ended up being a kid, like the one who we found out at the very end of
Elidibus, yeah.
Yeah, Elidibus. Thank you. So it's almost like an inverse Elidibus, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I like that because it deals with themes that we've already kind of addressed. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, and I know people think he's like Kefka of FF14, and in my head, he's totally putting on a show for everybody. It's just something to rile people up because, like, the scene beforehand, he says he's going to go out and set a stage for Xeno so he can do whatever the hell he wants.
Sure, yeah.
He's just putting the attention onto him, essentially, is what he's doing. And as far as this whole lunar Bahamut thing, I think it's just a reference of some sort. that we may be going to the moon, right, to deal with this kind of stuff. And I don't know where I had picked this up, but someone had brought up an interesting idea that if we do go to the moon, like, how would we get there, right? And someone had said, oh, the void arc still exists. Could we not use that and travel to the moon? And then I was like, huh, that's a very interesting idea.
That is a very good question. Huh, I never thought of that.
Yeah. So, I mean, if that does happen, that would, another raid co-opted into the storyline, which is, always beneficial.
Right. Are there any plot lines that haven't been addressed yet in FF14, like dangling plot threads that you want to see addressed?
I know there are, but I can't think of them off the top of my head right now.
Gotcha.
I am more looking forward to going to, like, outside of Aldenard, right? Like visiting the New World and visiting Mercedia eventually, maybe 7.0 and after. I do think Mercedia would be our first stop after we wrap up this storyline, because it's got a lot of ties to the Alligans, right? And Final Fantasy XIV loves Alligan technology,
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a very easy bridge to cross and to get into a new storyline.
Sure, absolutely. Is there a specific setting that you want to see for the next series of raids?
I don't really have any expectations for the raid. All I want for the raid is to have whatever the storyline is, right? Not be some kind of crossover with a standalone story. Like, I need it to be incorporated into the FF14 lore.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's all I really want.
Did you feel that what was the most recent raid? I'm totally blanking now.
Oh, Eden?
Yeah. Did you feel like Eden was sufficiently sort of tied into the greater story of Norvrent enough to be satisfactory? Because I thought it was pretty cool how we were, like one of the big questions that I had the entire time that I was playing Shadowbringers is like, okay, well, what's beyond this gigantic wall of ether? Like there's got to be other shit that's out there, and it really answered that in a very kind of satisfactory way. Is that along the lines of what you would like to see?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Eden is a perfect example. It answered a lot of questions beyond just the story of the first and what happened outside of the boundaries, right? Like, it gave us a lot of the Astian storylines, and I thought that was just all really good and well-written stuff.
Absolutely. Because like, and so this is a bit more, I'm just kind of curious if you think this as well. Do you think that they ended up using Omega the way that they did in, like as a part of the twinning and explaining, the presence of the Crystal Tower in Norvrent? Did you find that explanation satisfactory for all of the bullshit that we did with Omega as like, oh, okay, that's a pretty good payoff for all of this stuff that didn't seem to make much sense when it was happening?
Because it created a meaning out of things that were just separated kind of content.
Yeah.
But it was also one of those things that they're trying to just make reasons why this could happen, right? And so they can point to pieces of things, lore in the game that says, oh, this possibly has a... And so I think it's fine.
Your connection broke up a little bit there, but like, I think what I got out of that was that it felt like a retcon, but it wasn't the most egregious retcon that has ever been. Was that pretty close?
Oh, hold on one sec.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, your connection seemed to dip a little bit there.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem.
Try switching.
It's better now.
Okay, try again.
That I can make that out.
Oh, I think my earbuds died, so.
Oh no!
I'm relying on my phone.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Sorry, what was the question?
Anyway, well, because it was kind of tough to make out what you were saying, but the gist of what I got was that, yes, it seemed like it was a retcon, but it wasn't the most egregious retcon, so it's pretty forgivable. Like, it actually made that content feel a little bit more valid on the other side of that plot point than it did previously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't really mind the retcon. They gave meaning, additional meaning to the content that it previously had, which is fine.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I appreciate that, because the entire time I was doing Omega, I'm like, I don't know why any of this is happening. Why should I care? Except for the existential threat to Eorzea or whatever, which is like the 9th fucking existential threat, whatever. It finally felt like, okay, that explains at least a little bit of Alexander and Omega and pays them off in a semi-satisfactory way. So, yeah, I'm pretty open to whatever the new raid is going to be. Do you want to see more of content like Bazoja with their massitive raids that they attach to it? I've not even.
Oh yeah, I haven't done cast. I don't think you've had gotten time to cast, but it's excellent content. I haven't been able to do the new raid, the 24 or the 48 Savage, and I've watched a couple streams like Mr. Happy, and that stuff looks very, very intense on the Savage mode. So I'm excited and looking forward to do that.
Right on. Well, cool, man. Well, was there anything else that you wanted to talk about, or did we?
No, that's pretty much it.
Awesome, man. All right. Well, thanks for calling in and let me know what you think is in store for 6.0.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Later.
All right, so anyone else that would like to join on Discord, you can go ahead and hit !Discord in the chat to be provided with a link. And then if you want to hit up the on hold category, then I will be happy to bring you in on the discussion when I see you waiting. So let's see. I love how the new Savage raid is one life only. I don't know much about this new Savage raid. Do you guys want to clue me in on exactly what this is? I haven't even looked. I actually forgot that there was a update today. Until I had to update. A whole new level of get good. Okay, so it sounds like not something that I'm going to be doing anytime soon. All right, on hold, we got Fusion X. Yo, what up, buddy?
Yo, what's going on, man?
Just hanging out, doing some Bazoja.
Getting caught up so you can die 1,000 times in whatever the thing is called.
I guess I actually really enjoy the content for what it is. So
it's a nice update to what they had with Eureka. I think they did a good job of taking feedback and making it a little less painful.
I agree. All right, so let's get down to brass tacks. Where do you think we're going? Like, what do you think the setting is going to be for 6.0?
So I know you didn't want to hear split, but I think we're going to get a small split with Garlemald. and Charlene.
Well, okay.
But mostly what was said before, with Charlene being more of like a hub or a base of operations.
See, now that's fine. I actually have no problem with that. Again, most of my problem with like, oh, the next expansion is going to be focused on old Charlene is that's just it's a small landmass.
What's the story there, though? There's nothing. Why would we go there?
Yeah,
and have a whole expansion based around it. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and to your point, to the point that you corrected me on in the chat, like the fact that there is no conflict there that would justify our full attention being drawn to the area. It seems really hard to focus an entire expansion in that area.
Right. Well, I mean, the whole reason that Charlene went back, like everybody went back, was because Garlemald came in. So if we're working on taking out Garlemald, they would have some kind of vestment in Eorzea again. So now remind me, because I had forgotten all of my lore and then brushed up on it in the matter of like 3 weeks. So it was the Garleans coming in, like that initial push into Silver Tier Skies, that was the impetus for their exit, and not the Bahamut. Right, yeah. So basically what happened is, TLDR, right? Garlemald's taken over everything. They start to encroach on Eorzea. And so Charlene and the other city-states were like, they would try to have some peace talks. Didn't really pan out. Garlemald comes in, and Charlene's just like, all right, we're going back home. We're not dealing with this.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, and having old Charlene as a base of operations also makes sense, because, going back to Louis Soix, technically they've been our oldest ally in the fight against the Ascian presence, or what we would later learn is sort of the Ascian presence. So I think that works from like a narrative point.
Looking at that poem that we had for New Year's too, the idea that there's these people that are kind of overseeing some things, that's absolutely Charlene. Like, I mean, with their studium, Louis Soix, like they've had a pretty solid grip on things that have been going on.
That's
for
fair.
A long time.
That is entirely fair. So who do you think the big bad is going to be?
It could be Xenos, it could be Fandaniel. My hope is that we get rid of both of them in 5.5.
Me too.
We find somebody new. They've name dropped Nerva a couple times, who's, I think it's Xenos' cousin that vied for the throne after Varys was killed. So there's definitely, I think, an opportunity there. We have some pretty interesting stuff going on with Gabranth and Boja. The issue being with that is, though, that it's kind of side content. So I don't know if they would kind of promote him to like MSQ. I also don't know if I would want to see an expansions whose main villain is a character they ripped out of another Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I mean, to be fair, I'm not terribly far in the Bazoja story, so I don't really know how it ends up panning out. But is he enough of a threat to sort of justify him being the focus of an expansion, especially from like an antagonist role?
We haven't really seen him. We've seen him like once, maybe twice, and even then that was from like the Return to Evilly stuff. He's just kind of name dropped mostly.
Yeah.
With Boja so far, but I mean, what we know, and I think you've probably at least heard about this at least once, is he's basically working on making a new nation with all the crap in Garlemald going down.
Yeah.
So what that's going to be is anybody's guess. We still have probably at least one more installment of Boja related content, so we might get a better idea there. But it would be weird to see that side content kind of be brought to the forefront in that way. But
sure.
That having been said, I would also love if they kept the main antagonist from the weapon quests and brought him out more, because he is, I think he is the best villain this game has ever had.
Oh, the Milkman.
Milkman.
Yeah, he is. He's disgusting. He's
awful.
He's despicable.
I would love for him to stick around.
Yeah,
I got a feeling he's gone pretty soon. So
I think that once the weapon storyline concludes, we may no longer have any need for him.
I got a feeling we'll get rid of him with the next weapon fight.
Yeah, that seems likely.
But if we can get, a villain with that kind of like writing, like sign me up.
Yeah, is there a way to sort of retcon or to add to Xenos' storyline that would actually make him fit that role?
I don't think they can fix Xenos at this point. I think they need to just get rid of him.
And the weird thing is that they have the opportunity to, right? Like they have an opportunity to sort of clear the slate, as it were, going into 6.0, which is something that they've done before in terms of enemies. So it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. So
yeah, it's really funny. I mean, I remember back in Stormblood in like the base 4.0. I thought Xenos was interesting because, so often, right, we meet these villains and we just beat them and that's it. But Xenos actually beat us a couple times, right? But then at the end, it's when he merges with Shinryu, and then we fight him with 8, or 7 more of our friends. Then we finally beat him and he kills himself. And it's like, oh, all right, well, that's weird. But then he like comes back and it's this weird mind body. And it's really weird. And I think I would just rather be done with him and move into something a little more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, really the only interesting part about him left that I can find is the artificial Asian thing. And
the resident, the artificial like echo is what it is.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And because it seems to be more than just an echo, because he can now kind of teleport the same way that Asians can't he? Was he able to?
No.
No. Okay, I must have imagined
the scene with the final days. Is that what we're talking about? Where he's in Amarant?
No. I thought it was in a cutscene, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, because I barreled through those pretty quickly. So
I don't think he can teleport.
It seemed like he had more abilities than just simply the echo, that the echo was a part of it. But I mean, like, well, no. Here's what it is. He can body snatch. That's not an echo power.
No, that was the Asian. That was when he was possessed by Elidibus.
Was it?
Yeah.
But he got then how did he get his original body back, and how did he move to the other body?
He when at the end of what is it 5.0, you have Gaius, Varus, Elidibus, Justinian, they're all in the throne room, and then there's that bit where I think it's 5.0 where basically body or mind Xenos, it's basically you have like body Xenos and mind Xenos is how we try and explain it.
Right.
But body Xenos shows up, basically calls out Elidibus because he knows that Elidibus has the body.
Right.
I don't know how exactly that happens, but Elidibus at that point gives up the body. So I don't know what exactly happened to that. That might be a maybe don't look too much into it kind of a thing where it's like, oh yeah, okay, no, he's got the body back now. Whatever. That's
the thing that makes me think that he has more than just the echo. That the echo is an element of it, but I mean, like, there's got to be some way that he was able to reclaim his original body. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some mechanism that makes that work, right?
Yeah. Well, and that's fair. I mean, it's one of those things where we have a super rough idea of like what the resonant does, right? But what we do know is that if you're a natural born Garlean, you can't use magic,
right?
So there's definitely something going on there. So maybe they'll explain it. Maybe it's just kind of one of those points that they're just like, whatever. They needed to course correct a little bit.
Maybe. I don't know. I think, again, and this could be, some of just having gone through the Shadowbringer storyline and being able to binge it fairly quickly, too, is that, Square Enix has earned back a sort of a measure of giving them the benefit of the doubt, because they paid things off, and I was just talking about this with Ramos. They paid things off, like with Alexander and with Omega, in ways that I just didn't think they would, and those were plot points that I bitched about to no fucking end. Because they didn't make any sense. They were just dangling participles that, why did we do any of this other than it was just simply an existential threat, which is getting to be kind of an old, motivation for our character. And so, having it pay off in those ways was both kind of really cool and really interesting. I would like to think that the writing team has a little bit more attention to detail, or if enough people complain about it on the forums, that they'd be like, oh, we gotta address that in some way. So,
well, I mean, it's breadcrumbs, right? I mean, this is the same company that makes a lore book and says, it's written from the point of view of scholars in game, just in case we need to retcon something later, we can cover our ass, right? They're always leaving.
It's pretty brilliant when you think about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're saving face. I mean, they can come back and just touch on whatever they want. I mean, I think the biggest issue we had with Alexander was it was the first raid where they did like the normal mode and stuff. It was after 2.0, and Bahamut and Binding Coil was so integral to what 2.0 was.
Yes.
And then Alexander didn't touch an MSQ at all. Luckily, they learned from that. They kind of introduced Omega through MSQ in 3.0, and they helped tie that into Midgard Sormer, and so that worked a little bit better.
That's fair, totally fair. Yeah, man. I in terms of like, what are some necessary, like, I gotta see this from the storyline? Like, what are some plot points? You can go back as far as even 1.0. Because I know that, you're a bit of a lore junkie like I am. What are some plot points that you absolutely need to see addressed by this expansion?
Well, I mean, with Shadowbringers, Sheeta said this, that, it was an expansion that they wanted to help answer a lot of questions with. And so I think the biggest one at this point is the presence under Silvertear Falls, the Primal Explosion, what was up with that.
Yeah.
If we're doing a Garlemald centered expansion, obviously that ties into their history pretty well. So I think we could get into that, maybe even as a raid. I think at some point too we need to get some information on the first icon that they encountered when they came into Eorzea. That's always been a big question mark. We've got that big kind of Gigas looking thing on the map too.
What was the first icon?
We don't know.
Oh, we don't know.
They when they came in, they encountered one, and that's what kind of started them down the we need to kill all the icons route. Right.
That's interesting. I totally forgotten that we haven't been told what exactly that event was. There's definitely a lot more interesting plot points that have yet to be addressed than I originally had come up with when I was like trying to come up with stuff.
I'm telling you, man, it's those breadcrumbs.
They are very good at that, It is pretty satisfying when it pays off. I have to say that again, winning back a measure of the benefit of the doubt with me, with Shadowbringers. And again, you had said that they wanted to answer a lot of questions. Really interesting way that they decided to do that by taking us to an entirely different world that had been referenced like twice.
Well, and it's made even better too. I mean, you were talking about how they, your OCD needs to get that map filled out, and that was from Stormblood. So they're like, all right, we got this big clouded area. Let's go to another planet.
That's a really good point. That's a very because like I was that I think that was one of the things that was kind of surprising about all of the pre-release announcements was like, you know, they didn't do that reveal with the region map that they did with Stormblood, which, by the way, is still one of the coolest trailers or reveals that they've done in FF14's lifetime. I love that, and I genuinely hope that they do that again for going to Islabard.
Yeah, it would be. I'm really looking forward to see what they do. I would imagine that they would do something similar if we're going there.
I would too. I've heard some other people say that they really want to go to the World of Darkness, whatever that I can't remember which shard that actually is.
13.
13. What do you think of that idea?
I mean, we could. I feel like if they really wanted to do that, they would have put some more breadcrumbs into the last leg of Eden a little bit.
Sure.
I felt like there were some really great connections they could have made there, but they didn't. So it's anybody's guess at this point. I mean, years ago, Koji told us they wanted to do something more with the Tamos, which we know came over from the 13th and was starting to unaspect our Aetherites back in 1.0. So whether that's still on the table or it's just they moved past it, who knows? But
man, that was one of the weirder things about that, very tail end of 1.0. Yeah, they brought a Tamos in, and we had those weird red,
randomly orange, show up at the Aetherites.
Yeah, the orange Aetherites, and then a whole bunch of like abyssal demons would spawn. And that's another thing that has never really been paid off with like a plot point.
And I mean, it's one of those things. I think they probably had an idea of what they could do with it, and other stuff just ended up happening.
Sure.
I mean, it's like I can't even remember the amount of how long ago it was, but we asked Koji, what's up with the Heart of Sabik? He's like, oh no, don't worry, it's coming. Years go by. We asked him again, what happened? Oh, what's in the lyrics for the orchestra concert? You heard that, right? Yeah, that's.
Wait, what is this?
The heart of Sabik, the thing that powered Ultima Weapon.
Oh, right. I can't remember.
So many breadcrumbs.
Was that all the way back from 1.0?
2.0.
2.0. God damn. Yeah, there's so many different things that they could address. Yeah, man. Trying to think of some other stuff that like had popped up, because I reread like half of the first lore book. It's actually Juxta's lore book. He left it at my house, and I found it and just started reading it, and it sort of like it got me to dive into some of the Speakers Network content, where they went back and did the 1.0 investigations and stuff like very well.
That's always hard, right? Though, because a lot of that stuff, yes, it was in game, but it wasn't accessible. So
right,
is it canon?
Right? Yeah, you never really know. I mean, I think what was in the game and accessible in the game is canon. That's what you can that's what you can consider canon. And then all of that other stuff that was never accessible, that stuff was always stuff that I was just really interested to look at, because for me the thing that has always been very fascinating since even the very first time I logged into or actually since the 1.0 debacle and the change in the development teams and everything, one of the things that I've always been really interested in was where was that original 1.0 story going before Yoshi P took over? Because it's like,
if there is one thing, if I could get like a free golden ticket to just ask a question and get an answer to, multiple times we've talked to Koji about the planned boss for 1.0, and we don't know what it is. He won't say anything other than, oh, it was so good.
Really?
Yeah. Yep, he's brought it up a couple times, and I want to know what that final boss was. So bad. But it's one of those things, right, where maybe they won't use it, maybe they will use it, so they're not going to tell us. So
yeah, I get that, and part of me has also wondered, like, with how many assets they ended up porting between the two, the two engines, could it have been an element of another fight that we've already actually seen? That's another distinct possibility. Yeah. Ramos in the chat saying 1.0 boss was Xenos all along. I hope
it's either
not.
that or one of the mechs from 13. I mean,
yeah, that was definitely visually impressive. Like it felt like they had watched a shitload of Evangelion and G Gundam, and then was like, yeah, let's make a story based on this.
Yeah. Well, and it gets sadder too once you read Yoshida's letter about the guy who wrote Father of Light and how he was like really into Gundam, and it's like I can't think about that storyline now with getting a little emotional.
Yeah, that and by the way, that was definitely sad to read that post. That was a really great post from old Yoshi P there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's just interesting how that whole storyline is playing out. That's one of the things that was a real surprise for me about Shadowbringers is like everyone was like, oh, you got to play the weapon storyline. I'm like, why? And someone was like, it's like Evangelion in 14. I'm like, okay, that's how you get my interest. That's how you sell me on something right there.
Yeah, I'm still creeped out by the fact that Livia was one of Gaius's orphans, though. That's a little weird.
Yeah, that's super weird. Super fucking weird.
Other than that, though, it's great.
Yeah,
the orphans are all idiots, but we've got Valens in there, and he's just like the best villain ever. So it makes up for everything.
I mean, is it any creepier than Iroha being Tenzin's kid, and you're like, definitely as the main character, you're like, this is weird. Like there's even a point where you can tell her that you love her, and I'm just like, no, I'm not.
I mean, Tenzin wasn't sleeping with his daughter.
I know that, but you are. It's implied that, or at least it's implied that.
What?
That
was it?
Kinda, yeah. There is even a point, because I'm playing through it right now, where you can tell her that you love her, and I was like, that's a really weird selection, Square Enix. No. So anyway,
breadcrumbs.
Breadcrumbs.
11 mobile. You would have been the child of Aroha and your character.
Gross. Gross. Speaking of 11, you think, because we're getting closer and closer to this 20th anniversary, and people keep saying, with the mobile version wrapped up and not happening anymore, they've still got all of those assets that they could use to start another project. Do you think we're ever going to hear of like 11, like an 11 revival or 11 2.0 or anything like that?
I mean, I don't want to get my own hopes up, right? I would like to see it, because we definitely know that they have at least areas of Tsuruta Baruta modeled from that portfolio leak a few months back.
Right.
Whether or not, it's tricky though too, right? Because it's Nexon's involved. Anytime we try and ask Square about it, this is a joint project with Nexon, and so we can't comment. So I don't even know if Square could
there was
obtain those assets and use them.
There was one point where we were at an event with Nexon people, and we were just kind of sitting around, right? Like not even really, like it wasn't like a formal interview or anything, right? And I was like, oh hey, yeah, so you guys are doing the Final Fantasy XI thing, right? And it was like I had asked about a dead relative. Things got really, really awkward, and I was like, did I say something wrong? Like what the fuck? It was a very weird moment. Like, it sort of made me think like there's probably trouble on that project, if they're getting weird about just someone asking about it in passing.
I mean, last little bit of information that we had on it from when the news of it being canceled came out was like they were looking at turning it into like a they were having issues with the battle system, and they wanted to do like a card battle system.
Oh,
like,
no,
thank you for canceling it, because holy shit. I mean, you look back and like they shut down Mobius the past year or 2 years ago, and that was a card based game,
right?
Square has this amazingly terrible track record with mobile titles.
Yeah,
If it was running on Unreal, they could easily use it on other consoles and stuff. But yeah, I mismanaged left and right, I think.
I mean, I would think more than likely that, but the way that assets can be ported between different different engines fairly easily these days, that Square Enix would be like, yeah, okay, this experiment is over, but give us back all of our shit, because it's not like Nexon can do anything with those with any of those assets. They don't actually have the intellectual property rights to them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was probably licensed out to them, right? So
yes,
at some point, Square can revoke that. So
I mean, I would imagine that the way that the specifics of that agreement was written was like, okay, yeah, we're going to give you an opportunity to develop this. We'll give you access to whatever you need in terms of our assets that you can upscale or whatever. Because those. The assets that we saw as a part of the FF11 mobile project they looked like they were just upscaled 11, assets. So,
in a little bit, some of the environmental work though that got leaked out. I mean, that looked pretty good. So I don't know if that was simply just upscale. That might have been
okay. Yeah, I mean, not all
obviously with the. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Not all of it, but you would think that the agreement would be written as such where it's like, yeah, you don't like, we get that. That's all ours. You hand that over when we're done. But yeah, I would really like to see an FF11 revival project. It seems like there is enough interest that still exists in 11, to make it viable, as long as it's not something that sort of exists alongside of, the existing FF11. I don't know how you would do that.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Because you still have people playing it. Square is even like, wow, people are still playing. I mean, you have the Voracious Resurgence content that's coming out, new story content in 11, because they're like, there's people still playing. We need to give them something.
Yeah.
I don't know what we would see. I mean, the 14 is obviously their bread and butter right now, and that has no signs of slowing down at all.
Sure.
We don't know what'll happen with the 20th anniversary. They've said service for 11 will last at least until then. Whether or not they were, when they said that they were banking on mobile actually getting wrapped up, who knows? But,
yeah. Well, if you were making the shots, if you were calling the shots there, what would you do?
That's hard, because I mean, I think one of the big things we've been seeing a lot in the industry right now, right, is that feeling of nostalgia. Remastering this or bringing this back. Games very rarely are exactly like you remember them.
That is also fair.
I remember picking up kickstarting Shenmue 3, and while it is very much like 1 and 2, boy, is that not a great game.
Yikes.
For the time, sure, 10, 15 years ago, it was great.
Right.
Now it's just that style just doesn't hold up. And I think, especially for an MMO, right, you look at the way that 14 kind of handholds a little bit with quests and stuff like that. And it's not even just 14 as an MMO, just any game has that kind of style to it now. And I don't think that if you went back to that kind of 11 model, how it was, right, originally, I don't think it would be successful now. I think that the majority of people that you have in 11 now are the people that have been, playing it for 18 years, or the people that maybe have dipped into 14 and gotten, you know, curious about what 11 was like and are trying that out. But I don't think if you wanted to pitch 11 as it currently is now to a new audience, I don't think it would work well.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Man, and you're right. That's such a tough spot to be in. And thinking about it now sort of makes me realize like why Square Enix may have thought mobile was the right way to go, so you don't end up splitting the audience that you have around 11. You know, because that was a big concern when 14 was being developed, at least by us in the 11 community. Like, what happens when 14 comes out and now servers are, you know, just, you know, dead. And for a while it was an issue that 11 ended up solving through, you know, content, you know, both the easing of difficulty and you know, the just like being able to super buff your character. I think those two aspects, like from a gameplay perspective, made the game still be able to be playable with a limited number of people who are still on the server. But if they did an 11 revival project, I think you're right. Gameplay wise, there is no way that you can make 11 exist as it is, even, you know, with just some upgraded visuals, and have that be successful in today's MMO market. It's just, I don't see that happening. That may be...
You would need to do a lot. I mean, to their credit, though, I mean, as soon as 2.0 came out and Matsui moved over, because Matsui did battle for 2.0.
Okay.
And now he's the one in charge for 11. I mean, they introduced a lot of great quality of life stuff. You can teleport between home points.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they you know, for what they have to work with, you know, item level, and you know, they're doing a good job with, you know, trying to make it modern, right, within the constraints that they have to work with.
Right.
But to make that a, you know, current style MMO,
it's going to be very difficult.
Do a lot. And I mean, and it makes me think back in the day. Remember, we were going to get a new UI at one point for 11. That was a thing.
Yeah. I don't know how they thought they could do that.
Well, you know, it was a good idea, and then they came to the realization that they were still updating the game and they were still adding different elements, and it's just nope.
Yeah, I do recall that. You know, I legitimately don't know what you do with 11 at this point, because, you know, and I was actually talking about this when I was playing 11 the other night, that if it wasn't for the nostalgia factor, this game would be nigh unplayable. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like, there's no, I don't see how, and it's actually made worse by all of the quality of life changes, oddly enough, that it just makes it so complicated and incomprehensible from the rip, that I feel like if you don't have that nostalgia to hang on to, why would you punish yourself playing this?
It's really funny. I mean, you know, as much as people complain about games that hold your hand for stuff, coming back into 11, it's like, okay, cool. Like, I'm gonna jump back in, and what do we do now? Nothing's really nothing that tells you what to do, and then you find out, oh, you just do this one type of content. It's from a guy in Mara. What?
Yeah, right. Man, I gotta go to Mahara? Why? Ugh.
Can you imagine 15 years ago? What's the end game content of Final Fantasy XI going to be when it closes its doors? This dude in Mara. What?
Yeah. And I mean, even the confrontations aren't necessarily the most fun thing I've ever encountered either, because you know, like, yeah, there's some mechanics that you have to do.
There's like one or two things you need to make sure you do, and then they change it up every month, which is, you know, okay, like, that's cool that they can do that. But I mean, unless you still have, a link shell in 2021 that
Right.
schedules end game events to do like Dynamis. Like, I don't know what there is to do.
Yeah. Again, it is like I'm finding fun things to do, but I have that nostalgia button to kind of keep me, like I finished my my catalog the other day, and it's like,
Nice.
yeah, like that's awesome. That took me 7 years. But I did it. You know what I mean? Like I was like,
Yeah.
cool. And I didn't even finish it. I just got to the level 80 stage where it just looks like the catalog, and I was like, this really feels like an accomplishment.
I mean, back in the day, having that level 80, holy shit.
Right? You felt like you
Go back to your level 75 cap player and be like, hey, look what I have. Whoa.
Yeah, like no longer do I feel that out of place when standing next to my home point, except for the fact that I need to get that fucking 3 stars. I'm the only one standing around here without the 3 stars above my name. What is going on?
Yeah, I'm not even close to that. That stuff.
Nowhere near.
Ridiculous.
Nowhere near. But yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see them do something with 11 eventually, but
I mean, that's the question, right? I mean, for 11 and 14, right? They're those main numbered entries in the series, but they're on servers. So what? God forbid the day comes where it shuts down. What happens?
I've also watched some of Final Fantasy Union's YouTube content. I've just been kind of poking around YouTube recently. And it really does seem like there's a lot of people who are committed to this idea that because it's a main numbered Final Fantasy game, it can never not exist. Like that is a
in a perfect utopian world, sure.
Right. And
it's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
You're right. Here's a question. Could Final Fantasy XI develop itself to a point, right? Because slowly it has developed to a point where your character is so OP that you, with trusts, it's like, plowing through Abyssia content with, full Abyssites and all of the fucking enhancements, right? If it got to that point, just take the servers out of the equation and make it an offline game. Seems like that would be possible given, what people have been able to do with private servers and understanding the server architecture. It seems like that game, it could be possible to run and function without ever needing a server and just start handling all of the enemy data client side.
Yeah, I mean, and it's, ultimately that's, potentially, right, something that we could end up with. But I think even then, the amount of adjustments and retooling of things that they would need to do for that is just massive.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got to remember that I think last we heard they have 6 planners on the team, and they have to like borrow engineers from other departments when they need to do something. So they are running as bare bones, I think, as you can be for an MMO right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so, I mean, obviously, if you were going to do try and move it to an offline model, you would need to get a pretty decent sized team to do it, and you would need to have people that worked on it originally that know the code and know the systems.
Yeah, that's a good point. Although I do think that Square Enix does have the personnel to make that happen if they wanted to, and just as well as I do that they have a tendency to move people between projects as needed. So again, we're kind of coming up on that 20th anniversary. And if you were going to do anything like that, I feel like that's sort of the goal to aim for is that 20th anniversary, which let's just kind of spitball here. Let's say after the mobile version didn't work out, they're like scrambling and they're like, fuck, we got to try to figure something out for like a long-term plan for this. If the long-term plan isn't the, kind of slow drip of content, that game has been receiving, I feel like that is a potential answer that doesn't require the heavy lifting of an entire full team that you would need for like a full game, right? Because you've got most of the assets, you've got most of the art. Mostly that's going to be programming and taking server architecture and translating that into enemy AI. To me, it seems like, that's way less of a heavy lift that could be done in the span of 2 years, like we're looking at, than trying to upgrade the graphics or make it more visually appealing, or even going the full route of like let's take Vana'diel and make a whole new game. Or retooling the battle system or making it more appealing for a modern audience. I think those are way bigger hills to climb, way bigger mountains to climb than sort of porting or adjusting existing code and architecture to run in like a single player capacity. But I'm with you there. Unless they end up adding significantly to the size of the team, there's just no way that 6 people are going to be able to do that. No. Well, interesting stuff, man. This has been a great conversation.
Yeah, it's always great catching up with you.
Yeah. Was there anything else that you wanted to add?
I'm looking forward to your Super Bowl coverage on Sunday. Yeah,
it's going to be great. We're going to talk about sports ball. And we're going to talk about all of the home runs. It's going to be great. That spoiler alert. See, Fusion knows because we already told him. But we're going to be doing football coverage on Sunday. So make sure you're here 8 p.m. No, we're not doing football coverage. But I appreciate it, man. We're definitely looking forward to whatever we end up doing. So. Yeah. Thanks for doing an impromptu call-in.
Yeah, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Interesting conversations here. If you want to call in, I'm using air quotes because we're kind of doing calls. But anyway, if you want to lend your voice, if you want to share your thoughts, your predictions for what we could be getting with 6.0, exclamation point Discord in the chat will net you a link to the LBR Discord. Hop into the on hold voice channel, and then when I'm ready, when I deem it necessary to address you, I will pull you into the on air voice channel. I need to take a quick break because I have been sitting in front of you guys for almost 2.5 hours, and I have not taken a pee break. So I am going to be right back. I'm going to run an ad. If you don't want to see the ads, consider subscribing. And I'm also going to remind you guys, Sunday, that is the 7th, this Sunday, it's this week. Make sure you come and hang out here on the channel, 8 p.m. If you're a fan of Limit Break Radio, you're definitely going to want to be here. I'll be back in just a second. Yes, Foosball Sunday. All right. Let me see here. All right, no one's on hold. I'll keep an eye out for that. One up top. So yeah, really interesting insights from our three callers so far. T Money, Ramos, and Fusion X. Again, if you want to be a caller, type !Discord in the chat. You will be provided a link to become a member of the Limit Break Radio Discord. And then go ahead and do the damn thing. Hop in that on hold voice chat channel. Voice channel. There we go. That's what I meant. And yeah, I will pull you in so you can talk about what you expect, what you want, what you hope, what you dream for 6.0. Let me run the chat back a little bit because I have not been paying attention very much to the chat. Dark Flux saying, I would definitely like a new updated 11, so I feel like my time would be more worthwhile playing it. 11 still too much of a time sink for someone like me coming into it fresh. I enjoyed the game, but after I unlocked Ninja, I was like, is this even worth it? You know, that's valid. There's a lot about FF11 that is just an unnecessary time sink, even still to this day. You know, one of my complaints, because I've been, you know, my return to FF11 was streamed here on the channel, and if that's something that you want to see, make sure you check out some of the some of the archive here on the channel. But you know, one of my big complaints coming back to FF11 was like, dude, this is so complicated and difficult for me, even as a returning fucking player, to understand, that it is just frustrating. It's not fun. It's just frustrating. And, you know, it seems impossible to me that someone could come to that game new, right? Like, someone could come to FF11 fresh with no context of having played it, like when they were growing up, or you know, they've never played it before. I cannot fathom someone who has never played FF11 before playing FF11 and being able to see the value that we saw in it. I just think that there are enough things that hold it back that it would just be really difficult, you know, for someone just coming into the game to really be able to appreciate it on the same level that, you know, maybe I do or you do or any of the classic FF11 players do. Am I wrong? Is that just me? Oh, crap. Oh, Christ. Man, that was more talking than I was thinking I was going to be doing today. Gotta love that GoldenEye remix. Oh, I have a bunch, actually. Doris saying, I would like to see some more mid-core and 4-man content in 6.0. So you'd like to see more, like, dungeon-like content? Dungeon-ish content? Is that what I'm hearing? What did you think of stuff like Palace of the Dead? Were you a fan of that? Because I realized the other day when I was playing that there is no sort of like Palace of the Dead, equivalent in Shadowbringers. So I'm just kind of curious. Is that what you're thinking? What the fuck? Hang on. We're going to go to the next track. Think is what that was called. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to remove that one. Fan of Palace of the Dead. Problem is they don't incentivize it properly. Dude, that's like 90% of Square Enix's problems is that they don't fucking incentivize it properly. I mean, that's true of a lot of shit. That's true of a lot of different content. Or maybe something similar to Mythic Dungeons in WoW. So like a step above, like maybe something a little bit more different than or difficult than your average dungeon. Excuse me. Okay, so if they did that, how would you incentivize that properly? I don't play WoW. I never really have. So I really don't know how they would do their incentivization on things like Mythic Dungeons. So, but like in your opinion, what do you think? Maybe tie it to a relic step. Okay. I mean, that's definitely interesting. I'm not sure that the relic weapon, to be honest, is like enough of a motivator for me personally, right? It's like I'm not doing Bazoja to, for my relic step. I don't really give a shit about my relic. I'm doing it more to get access to that raid and because of the story. I'm interested in the story. So, you know, I think those are the two factors that keep me kind of doing it. Although one of the things that I'd like to see make a return from FF11 is relic gear. You know, a relic weapon doesn't need to be the only thing that's upgradable about your endgame content. I think you can, you know, the idea of upgradable like artifact gear, you know, something along the lines of you know, the Empyrean gear from FF11's Abyssia, you know, something that you're specifically having to do a piece of content to get the stuff to upgrade. I think that can be a pretty good incentive. But a relic weapon is easy enough to kind of, you know, write off. Especially because, you know, and maybe it's just me because I lost interest in doing anything relic related after the first relic came out. You know, maybe that's a personal thing, that I think that the relic isn't a very good motivator. I also think relic gear could be really good. I mean, and there's a form. Listen, there are forms of relic gear in FF14. I know that. You know, there's like we've had some of the more iconic job pieces come in to play. You know, I get that, but their acquisition, especially in like Stormbringers, it was like attached to like a fucking, you know, MSQ story. You know what I mean? It just seemed like it was a really shitty way to do it, especially not attaching it to any kind of meaningful content. Because those iconic job pieces, those iconic pieces of armor, I'm much more likely to farm for those than I am the weapon. Maybe that's just me. I feel like most people get at least one relic in each expansion. Maybe. I've kind of written it off. I don't really care. I don't think I've ever finished a relic. I think the closest that I came was the 2.0. And at some point I just like, I was like, I just don't care. What's the plus gear? Well, with the antiquated relic gear was upgradable in Eureka and Stormblood, but they didn't do anything with the armor sets we got from the MSQ and Shadowbringers. Yeah, and I must confess, I completely wrote off Eureka after the second one. Like, I was just like, this is content that it's not for me and I'm never gonna do. Eureka was shit until the later parts where you got extra actions. Yeah, and again, it sort of lost me by that point, you know? But luckily, Bazosha took those lessons and made a pretty decent side content system. I agree. I've actually been very much enjoying this content. The issue with Bazosha still remains, as with most side content, while fun, lacks meaningful character progression. Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, if you... Oh, shit. About to die. If you had, you know, if you had some like, decent relic gear that I was also working on in Bazosha and not just grinding it to grind it. Because, like, once I'm through the story content, why am I going to care about Bazosha, right? So, like, if you've got something for me to grind here, I'll fucking grind it, you know? Making crafting or rare gear more sought after, very hard to get, not just by a simple clear of a boss or a raid. That's some shit that I've been saying for a long fucking time. Like, there's opportunities to do such interesting shit with gear in this game, and we get, you know, 3 fucking options of tome gear, crafted gear, and... Dude, where is everyone? What the fuck? Are there just, like, not people in this instance? Do I need to go to a different instance? What was I saying? Yeah, there's, you know, you've got crafted gear, tome gear, and raid gear. Like, those are your 3 fucking options for, like, what exists on the spectrum in terms of, like, your highest eye-level gear. And it's fucking boring. Armor sets you can get from the tokens from the Castrum raid. But at this point, the eye level is irrelevant, but you might actually like the glamour. Yeah. I miss the real danger in 11. Oh, shit. Why is this thing after me? No, don't hit me. All right, fuck this. There's like no one in this instance. Missed the real danger in 11 where going somewhere was dangerous. Cast and Viz, mute, float, etc. Avoid aggro that can and will wipe your crystal ass clean. Yeah, you know, that all seems good. Is that a reasonable expectation to have of an MMO in 2021 where every MMO that exists, you know, holds your hand through content and explains itself and tells you exactly what it wants from you and, you know, where you got to go, you know, at some point they don't feel like hand-holding anymore. They just feel like, oh, this is a feature of the genre. Can you go back to that? Can you reverse that effect? Because, you know, one of the things is that people are going to have to find that fun. They're going to have to find that danger fun. And I think that, especially with an MMO environment, they may not find that fun. They may find that more annoying, especially if they, you know, the only MMOs that they know are WoW and maybe FF14. I think they tried to reverse that effect in Eureka. Maybe a little bit. I believe so, as long as the mission or quest is relevant to be the person needing help and the helper, where both get a desirable reward or get there for a reason. Maybe. I mean, you know, I'm not really a game designer, so really all I have to go on is what motivates me as a player. And again, I think at least some of those things are rose-colored glasses. You know, I too want difficulty. I too want you know, want a true old school MMO experience. It's you know, but at the same time, it's a business venture and it can't just be made for me. So are there enough people that agree with this, or that you think, you know, through some gameplay mechanic you could win over, that maybe have just not been exposed to this? Or does it feel like taking a step backwards? I don't know. Like, I don't know what the answer is, because it feels like every time I encounter a game that tries to do that, it feels like it's the genre taking a step backward. And please, if you think I'm wrong, tell me that you think I'm wrong. But be prepared for me to ask you why. Well, WoW tried to do something like that with the Maw in Shadowlands. It's an endgame zone where you can mount unless you where you can't mount unless you unlock specific mounts. And as you do more stuff in the area in a day, you get penalties like randomly being attacked or bombarded from the sky. What was the effect? How did the WoW community deal with that? Did they think it was a good mechanic, or did they think it's a fucking annoyance? People hate it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's garbage. People fucking hate it. How do we do that? How do we? You know, like what's the? I mean, clearly it's a divisive Dark Flux. I mean, I get that you like it, but you recognize that people hate it. Meat Moo, also saying that they didn't like it, that it's garbage. So, you know, what's the answer there? Do you make content that you think some people are going to like, or do you make the content that the most amount of people are going to like? Flatmate says the Maw felt unfinished and not fun. Because I think that there's two nostalgia buttons that you have to hit there. The first nostalgia button is the sense of danger that you feel as a new player to a game, right? FF11 is great at that because there was danger literally every fucking where. But if your game early on, from like the first 10 levels, if your game does not establish that the overworld is particularly dangerous, then if you get something like Eureka at later levels, then that danger feels forced. So I think that's part of the problem there too. And then the second piece of nostalgia that you're trying to hit, that second nostalgia button that you're trying to hit as a game developer, is much more nebulous and much more difficult to hit, and that is replicating the feeling you felt as a new MMO player. Not just I'm new to this game, but I'm new to the genre. Okay? And I don't know if newer... What the fuck? Okay. I don't know if newer MMO players get that anymore. But this sense of like wonder and awe at the scale of the thing that you're playing. At one point for MMO players, that was a very, very real, palpable feeling. And so I think MMO developers now are tasked with trying to get both of those things to work in congruity. And I don't know that it's even possible. Zemla says, just an idea, but what if mobs all around cannot be soloable at all, yet you need to be in a party to enter the zone? The benefit is materia, maybe. Materia that tiered or that is tiered or levelable. Materia that can range from, say, allow you to run a bit faster to rare limited spell gaining double XP for a time. Who knows? Or fuck it, bring back weapon levels. I mean, I think you get that in kind of small doses. You know, with you know, some of the you know, the what is it, the lost something caches. Meatmoo says Ashes of Creation is an MMO I've been keeping my eye on. I have too. It's very interesting, but at the same time, I've also seen them not make concessions is the wrong word, but like they're trying. You know what? I'll say this: they're trying to ride that razor's edge much more consciously than I think any other MMO developer has tried to do in 10 years, because most MMO developers at this point are like, copy as much from WoW as we can and try to hit that WoW nostalgia button. Ashes is kind of going a different way about it, and I appreciate that. and I think that they're going to get maybe the closest in modern MMO history to making it feel like like an MMO should, but it's a very very difficult prospect. Dark Flux saying in the open world, I think that the danger should come from zones having endgame areas where mobs are max level, and if you wander there, you can get fucked. It gives players a sense of wonder and something to strive towards to reach level cap. I mean, 1.0 had a bit of that, where as soon as you started getting to an area that was either unfinished or that you weren't meant to go to at an early area, that maybe didn't have anything interesting there, you started running into very high-level mobs. And you're right, during that period of time, it made those areas feel much more special and much more interesting, because you're like, what are they hiding back there? What am I not seeing? What are they hiding? What can I not, what am I not understanding? Why is this important? And so from that aspect, it was kind of interesting, but in most MMOs having divided zones or having zone lines, I think that becomes a lot more difficult, because you start having to scale specific zones to different level ranges, which also is something that is expected by most MMO players at this point. Would weapon levels help bring back? Would weapon levels bring people back to low-level dungeons and raids? Level to sell or unlock weapon abilities / glamour, but you can't level a weapon by killing something over 2 levels high, 2 levels higher than your weapon level. I'm not sure that I'm getting you. I'm not sure that I understand your meaning. Because I've said before that, exclusive like weapon skills or abilities connected to either character progression or weapon progression would be interesting. Something along the lines of like, you get Torg Cleaver when you unlock your 85 Greatsword. Something like that I think could be effective, but it seems like Square Enix is wholly uninterested in doing that because of what it does to character and job. I'm sorry, not character, but specifically job balance between the different jobs. All right, last call. If anyone wants to discuss, what we're currently discussing, what you think is going to be in store for 6.0, lines are open. Discord is available. ! Discord to be provided with a link to the Discord chat, the LBR Discord. And then when you land, hit up the On Hold channel, and I'll be happy to move you over to the on-air channel. But this is the last call for anyone else that wants to join in on this discussion, as I'm going to be switching over to Fallout 76 here in a minute. To be honest, I'm not sure how long I'm going to stream 76 tonight. I'm pretty tired, actually. I had a long day. Normally, I like to catch a nap midday, but I wasn't able to today. Leveling up weapons unlocks a new set of materia slots. That may be okay. But it just seems like a relic of a different flavor, Level weapons to sell them and make money? I mean, that would give me something to spend my gil on. It's repeatable. It's not bad. Have they made any teasers for the next expansion yet? I haven't played FF14 in quite some time. No, they haven't. In fact, that's what the Saturday presentation, or I'm sorry, the Friday presentation is all about. There's a big presentation going on in the FF14 world from the producers of the game, and that is ostensibly where we will get the trailer for 6.0. We will get our first. In fact, as I understand it, because we weren't able to have FanFests this year, all of the announcements that would have gone down at the various FanFests are in fact being rolled into this one presentation. Pretty much relics, but with more customizable, and you need to do lower content to level them up. I think that it's interesting, but it also kind of presents a bit of a problem because, the question becomes, why would you use these weapons in a scenario, other than having to level them up? It's a bit of the sort of the trial of the Magians effect, where it's like, oh, now I have these 4 different weapons, these 4 different greatswords, all of them suck, but they're all doing different trials, so I need to keep them and have them take up an inventory space. I feel like it's a little bit like that, but but I also like the idea of like, okay, I'm gonna grind a level 20 dungeon because my greatsword is still only level 22, and I got to get it up to 25 before I can move on to the next dungeon to level it up. It's not bad. I mean, it's an interesting idea. Could it work? Absolutely. It would provide a bit of an incentive. Who knows? Maybe that's something Square Enix could do. I just, my biggest problem with FF14 continues to be the fact that you have one of 3 options for gear in terms of what is at the highest eye level. And that's crafted, tome gear, or raid gear. That's it. And I guess dungeon gear if you want to throw it in there. But it's like, that's a lot of times that even lags in eye level. So those are really just, glamour pieces. So to me, I think it would always. I've always thought it would be interesting. Square Enix knows where the eye level range is going to be at the end of an expansion. Why not have your hardest events, some of your most difficult content, the stuff that once people get the shit from it that they started doing, that they wanted from it, once they get that piece of raid gear or all of their raid gear that they want, they stop doing it. They have no more incentive to keep doing it other than to get their fucking friends through, which is not much of an incentive. Why not have an extraordinarily low drop rate for one of those, of what will eventually be, the current gear when 6.5 drops. Or you don't even have to have it be like competitive with the fucking tome gear that's out at the point that 6.5 is out. Make it a step behind that. Make it lag behind that a little bit so that, like, once that new tome gear comes out, you're actually replacing it. But then some of those pieces that you're farming from, like, at the point of 6.0, you're not tossing once 6.1 comes out. The gear treadmill has always been my biggest problem when it comes to FF14. Always. It's always been the biggest problem with this game. I like investing in my character enough to make the gear feel worthwhile. And I want the gear that I get to, especially if I'm working my balls off. The people who raid in this game, I just don't understand it. Because you're going to be put on the gear treadmill. just like all of us. And it just feels like fucking reward those people properly. And you don't have to do it to a point where it breaks the entire meta of the game. I mean, I guess, but again, I think kind of the thing that shoots the hole in that is that there's glamour, you know. So you know, logically, I guess that means that someone is going to get, you know, the best weapon that they possibly can, and then glamour it to look like something that they want it to look like. And so the visual aspect of it means absolutely nothing. You know, could that be an incentive to grind for something? I don't fucking know. Maybe. They might have to put some kind of visual identifier with it. I don't know. I just don't know. I always thought it would be cool to if top end raid gear or relic gear would give something like new abilities or some kind of set bonus. Yes, I agree with that. But you know, Square Enix just doesn't seem to want that to be an option. Some people spend hundreds of dollars on cosmetics in free-to-play games. Yeah, that's true. The gear treadmill is the main reason I keep quitting FF14. Absolutely. I'm right there with you. Usually what materia does or used to do. I mean, you know, maybe. I just don't know. Like to me, I don't know that would be effective enough for me to, like, invest in it. You know what I mean? Frankly, I don't know what would, if I'm being completely honest, you know? And it's kind of funny because FF11 is kind of having a completely different problem around gear, where it's like, you know, gear stays so relevant in FF11, and now there's so many different stats on gear that it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to look at these two pieces of gear for 45 fucking minutes to really be able to understand what the stat differences are. Okay, this one's got like 50 more HP, but this one has 1% more haste, but this one has double attack, but this one can increase my job ability. So, like, there is sort of the other side of that. You can go too far with it, you know, where now you know, gear stats are just fucking incomprehensible, and you don't even really know what you're looking for. Side Tokai says, I left because of the same thing. Haven't played in 2 years, and it's sad to see that it's still the same. I honestly like that style better because at least it's options. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'd rather have 50 different potential options for gear than 3. Part of that, and this is a big part of that, if Square Enix was going to do that with FF14, they would have to lock the level cap and keep it locked for a good amount of time. Because that's where the gear treadmill comes from. It's from being able to level up for your next expansion. This game does not respect your time. If you fall behind, it's almost impossible to catch up. I don't know. I quit FF14 for like a year and a half, and I felt like I was able to catch up just fine. You know, because of the gear treadmill, it's like, although, hang on. hang on. I'm a bit of a different case story because most of the gear that I run with was gifted to me by a listener who crafted it all. So maybe that's not fair on my part. Maybe I am a different use case here. I sort of feel like FF11. If there's a game that doesn't respect your time, it's FF11 because it doesn't give a fuck. It's like, oh, you have things to do? Fuck you. You gotta wait an in-game day, bitch. Or like the way that it used to be, like, ha, 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 fuck you. Wait till JP midnight. If you could level or evolve your gear from something you got back at level 50, and by putting in the work and effort into it to level them into something special and become more effective than dropped or bought gear, wouldn't you appreciate it more and show it off? No, not really. Not really. I mean, there would have to be there would have to be an overwhelming reason for that, though. You know? Again, with the glamour system, anything can look like anything. So, you know, this guy running behind me, I don't give a fuck what he's wearing. Why would I care? So you're not. I feel like there's not an ability to show things off unless there's a common context, like, oh, that body piece means something, right? And if it's something that you've kind of powered up over time, when you look at it, unless there's like an additional, visual signifier, like an aura, or I don't know, it fucking grows wings or something. I don't know. Unless there's some kind of additional visual identifier, I'm not sure that it has that same sort of endorphin trigger that you're talking about. This game has more catch-up mechanics than it has outlets for the highest eye-level gear. It's true. Chuckles saying, I think the tone cap is too low. It makes the grind more annoying. I think that's also probably pretty fair. Dark Flux saying, I think WoW did something interesting with one of their currency caps where the cap was cumulative, so people coming in 3 weeks later would be able to get 3 weeks worth of tomes. That's also a very interesting way to go about it. So it's like, grind now, grind later. Do you want to do all of, do you want to take a week off of work to grind, or do you want to try to grind after work? Actually, I kind of like that. That's not bad. The reason would be that you could have a weapon that is 200% better stats than anything you can buy from tomes or dropped. Yeah, it would have an effect that you choose when a vault. Well, okay, that's where you lost me. Why would it be 200% better? That to me is, like that kind of stat adjustment, that kind of stat boost is going to be really hard to deal with, especially on a weapon in terms of game balancing and content balancing, which is the reason that Square Enix doesn't do any of this shit. So if that's the reason that Square Enix doesn't do any of this shit, how, doesn't that just make that worse? Not better? Doesn't address that at all. Chuckles, the good thing about WoW, though, is that there are multiple outlets to obtain your gear. That's fair. That's fair. Ujirox, I feel like there's no sense of accomplishment anymore. There's no real peacocking. Like it is to raid. But what's the point if the gear holds no glory behind it? I agree. I totally agree with that. I that was one of the things that I would complain about in Limit Break Radio is, there's nothing like everyone who is fucking running around. That guy, what is he wearing? Who cares? This guy, what is Lady Estrona wearing? Who cares? Why does it matter? It's all great. They look like Cloud. Who fucking cares? None of the gear visually in this game means anything. It doesn't mean shit. And I think that's a real detriment. That can be a real hindrance. Because you're right, there is no peacocking. I'm not walking around and going, oh fuck, look at what that. I've never once in FF14 gone, holy shit, what the fuck is that guy wearing? And I need to fucking get it. Except for Odin Hell. That's it. That was it. I was the only one. See, now, again, a Zemless, that is very much Square Enix's old school approach to where if you want to grind fucking 1,500 hours worth of Dynamis, fine, you can have the best weapon in the game. I don't believe that Square Enix is going to put anything into this game that is going to be anywhere remotely the grind required enough to make that justifiable. To make a bonus that big justifiable, where it's like, because I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying, and there needs to be a barrier to entry for most sane people being able to reach that logical cap, right? But look at the hoops that Square Enix makes you jump through in order to get a regular relic weapon in this game that isn't, that isn't 200%. It's like maybe 1.5% better than like your best possible crafted weapon with materia. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a good suggestion. I would love if Square Enix had the will to be able to pull it off. I don't see that gelling with their design philosophy of this game. Yeah, Dark Flux is right. Most glamour I see, it's like, oh, where do I get that? Oh, from a dungeon? Fuck it. I don't want it anymore. I think that is very true. All right, guys, I am going to take a second to refill my drink. Don't go anywhere. Still interested in having this conversation. If you want to join in on Discord, you want to join in on voice chat, ! Discord in the Twitch chat, we'll get you the link. Head into the on hold voice chat on Discord. And I'll go ahead and pull you in when I feel like talking to you. If I feel like talking to you. If you want to do that, go ahead. Otherwise, feel free to continue to fill up the chat room. I will be back in just a minute. I'm going to run a commercial. You know the deal. If you don't want to see the commercial, consider subscribing. You can subscribe for $4.99 or use Amazon Money. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you get a free Twitch subscription with that. So that's an option too. I'll be right back. No, I get your idea, Zemlis. It's an idea that owes a lot to FF11. It feels very much like similar to Trial of the Magians, but I like the concept. I wish Square Enix felt like that was appropriate for this game, though. Side Tokai asking, it's been a while. Did they ever remove the eye level capping in dungeons so it doesn't take 15 minutes to clear a dungeon? Yes, there is the ability to go uncapped into certain fights, but you earn reduced rewards. So most, like when most people do content, they do dungeons, duty finder roulettes, and that will still eye level cap you. Oh, I need to spend some of my currency. All right. Dark Flux, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's up? I was eating that whole time, so that's why I wasn't hopping in.
Ah, gotcha. All right, so what do you want to see in terms of like a destination? What do you want to see in terms of a setting out of 6.0?
I don't know. There's a number of things. I mean, because I like after the original 5.0 story, I was like so excited to talk a lot about like where the game could possibly go from there, because 5.0 was like so drastically different from where we thought we were going after Stormblood. Like that was like kind of a big thing. So like I'm because remember back in Stormblood, everybody was like speculating, oh, we're gonna go to Garlemald next. Like that's the obvious like next point, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, different planet. Let's go. Oh shit. Okay.
Totally.
And then we got way more story payoff than like I could have ever even possibly hoped for. Like just like so like huge lore dumps. Like
I think
the overarching.
That was I think the most fascinating part about Shadowbringers is that like the concept of going to another shard was really only introduced with the Warriors of Darkness storyline, which at the time that happened, fucking everyone hated. Everyone hated it.
It was one fraction of a chapter, and it was just like, it's already over. What? Okay. Well, what was that about? That's kind of weird. It was just like a footnote. And then they somehow pay it off with an entire expansion.
Yeah, it's so weird because like as soon as I was like, oh, we're going to one of the reflections, like I was like, okay, well then that's a punt, like that's really the only thing that I was interested at that point, because I was so low on Doma and Authored and because I just fucking hated it. I was like, please, can we go to Islabard, please? Can we just get this done with? And then maybe, let's move on to somewhere more interesting like Mericidia. Because I'm still thinking of it in terms of like 11, you know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, yeah, East Empire, after we've kind of wrapped up, all of the shit that's going on in the, the mainland conflict, and then we move on from there. Because that's what 11 did, right? Like that's what, was... Zillart and then COP, they were focusing very much on the the fucking, what do you call them? I can't even remember the name of the race. But the fucking, sky, sea, and all that was all, they were intimately connected. And then we went to the Far East, and it was like, oh, this is total, it's like, they don't even recognize themselves as part of Vana'diel. And I thought,
yeah,
that's going to be the similar cadence to what we get with FF14, where it's like, okay, we uncover these different, land masses that are critical to the core of what, our land mass is, and then we start moving out across the sea. Obviously, that's not what they did. And when they punted, I was like, fuck. I'm not going to be into this. Like, I think, dude, at FanFest, I may have been the lowest that I ever was on this game. Because, we were halfway, we were a little bit more than halfway through Stormblood, and I hated it. And it looked like whatever was coming next wasn't what I was even interested in. And it was just fucking disheartening. So,
because it seems so disjointed from where we were at, right? Like we're like in the middle of this fucking war. All of a sudden, like, next expansion is taking place in the first. Like, wait, why?
Right.
Wait, how does this work?
Yeah.
But then, like, as you actually go through the story and you get to that point, you're like, okay, like, once you actually get to the first, it's still kind of unclear. It's like, okay, this is still kind of weird.
Right.
But then, like, slowly as you progress through Shadowbringers, like, there's just so much payoff. Like, because it's basically, like, almost like the expanded universe of
yes.
like, Final Fantasy XIV.
Yes.
Where it's like, okay, we have Eorzea, but then there's also all of these other different, like, it's like just sort of that like nice little snippet where it's like, okay, well, there's much more to this universe than just Eorzea.
Right.
And we haven't even finished exploring Eorzea, so it's like, here's a little side thing that turns out to be probably one of the most influential stories in the game, because it pretty much sums up, like, because there were so many plot threads that got summed up in Shadowbringers that like had been dangling since 2.0. Like, it's crazy how going to a different world gave us more, finishing to a lot of stories than actually exploring the rest of Eorzea. So, like, that, like, to me, that just, like, that makes me excited to see where they can go with the story from here. Like, there's a possibility that we just go back and we go to Garlemald. But, like, I think going to the first also set a better pace for the timeline of the war. Because, I mean, I think that was a big complaint in Stormblood, right? Where, like, everything kind of felt rushed.
Yeah.
So, like, it's like, oh, we liberated, now we're going to go to Garlemald. Like, it kind of felt, like, really quick.
Yeah.
But because we took that side trip to the first, now, like, things have had time to escalate. Like, there's, the rebellion in Garlemald. Like, so that will give us an opportunity to maybe have a foothold in there where we can, side with the rebellion against Xenos or whatever. And I mean, I feel like overall the story coming up might vary depending on 5.5, because if they decide to, for whatever reason, to wrap up the Xenos arc within 5.x, then that's going to drastically change what happens in the next expansion. But if they end up becoming the ongoing villains going forward, then that's pretty much where we're going to be at for, like, what we're looking at for 6.0.
Right. What do you think of the Ascian threat moving into 6.0? I mean, I know we've got Fandaniel and, some of these, sundered Ascians that are floating around. Do we need to switch our focus from Ascians to some other big existential threat? How do you do that in a way that seems satisfying, or doesn't end up adding to that feeling of being disjointed? Because I think you're right. There was so much payoff in Shadowbringers that it feels like to now move away from Ascians as sort of your big bad. They kind of wrote themselves into a bit of a corner, because they had the ability to move away from Ascians after Elidibus. But they brought back Fandango and fucking the girl and, all of the, like the rest of these sundered Ascians. And so it makes you think like there's going to be something else with these Asians, but it seems like everyone that I talk to, they're like, fuck it, we get it. Asians exist and they're bad, they do bad things, and they're fucking, they're pulling the strings from the shadows. Can we move on, please? What do you think about that?
Well, I think at this point though, because up to this point, from what we now know of the Asians and Elidipus and the Unsundered, basically being the higher ups that are running the show, they were more of a lawful evil kind of entity, right? So now that they're gone and these other Asians have free reign to do whatever the fuck they want, we're moving more towards a more chaotic evil type of end game boss, a enemy that we're going to be steering towards. So I think it will be interesting to still see the remaining parts of basically the unraveling of the ASEAN architecture because of the lack of leadership now. Basically now that the leadership is gone, Fandaniel's he's free to go crazy, and all these ASEANs are free to do whatever they want, but none of them are nearly as powerful as the Unsundered were, so they're not going to be really a big threat to us. But it's going to be, I don't think any of them will ever be a big bad again. They'll still exist, but I don't think we'll ever get another ASEAN that will, outside after we deal with Fandaniel, of course, no one is, unless they team up with some other big bad. I think what's going to happen is they're still going to be behind the scenes, but they're always going to be behind whatever big bad we get is the problem.
Yeah, I think that seems very likely, that they're shown as sort of the eternal puppet masters, but then that sort of implies that in the end they are the big bad, right? Because every time we've every time we've gotten that, we've also got kind of an ASEAN Prime fight that's come along with it, right? So it sort of implies to me that if they continue pulling the strings from behind the scenes, that eventually you have to pay that off with a battle. And
well, did you do Eureka, or not Eureka, Eden? Did you do all the Eden stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, you finished out through because I actually haven't done the newest raids, but I just watched the cutscenes on YouTube because I just wanted to know what the story was.
Sure.
So, I actually thought it was that part was interesting because the whole thing with Gaia actually being one of the 14, right, was actually very interesting and kind of ties back into the story. And that also goes to make me think what of the other seats of the council are still out there that we possibly need to deal with.
That's a good point. That's a very good point, because the seats on the council were not necessarily reserved for unsundered ASEANs. So yeah, that also is sort of a leadership level above sort of the lumpen proletariat of the rest of the fucking ASEANs that are still hanging around. It's really interesting. What I don't want to see, I don't want to see just the idea of ASEANs completely abandoned because we came up with Emmett Selk and no one can be more popular than Emmett Selk.
Yeah, I think Xenos' situation kind of we learned more about the Echo in Shadowbringers. We learned kind of more about what the Echo actually is, right? And what Heidelin's how there's a difference between the Echo and Heidelin's Blessing and all that, which is really interesting. Which is really interesting because there's an element of Star Wars midichlorians explaining the Force, but it's not it's not like a disappointment here. It feels more like it's building to a point because you've got someone who has an artificial Echo. You've now got the blessing of Heidelin, and you've got this I don't want to call it artificial, but it was sort of what would you want to I'm trying to find the words. A machination of an ASEAN
that brought it on in the masses of Norvryn, right? So there's 3 sources now that we have for people being able to acquire echoes, or at least it was the sort of artificial bringing on of the echo from the Ascians. So
the whole resonance thing the resonance is what interests me the most right now, is because it's basically a copy of the, if I understand how it's supposed to work, it's basically a copy of someone else's echo.
Is that right? Is that
because for Dola, I believe for Dola's resonance is a copy of Kryle's echo, because that's why they captured Kryle,
right?
And experimented on her. And as we've seen with like all these people who have the echo resonates in a different way as well. So Xenos has the resonance, and obviously all Ascians have the echo. So if the resonance is a copy of the echo, then it could be possible that his resonance could be a copy of Emmett Selk's echo, which would make him an artificial
Ascian. Yeah, and
which is proven by the fact that he can jump bodies and he can basically do everything an Ascian can.
Okay, so I wasn't crazy. He does jump bodies in some form or fashion, because Fusion X had put a little bit of doubt into me. But yeah, he does do that, where there has to be some kind of mechanism that made that happen, where he was able to jump from that guard that he had inhabited back to his original body once Elidibus had dropped it off. So,
yeah, because I believe from how the Ascians work, when their corporeal body dies, their soul still leaves the body, but it goes to like the Shadow Realm base, or like the Void or whatever, the in between, I forgot what the realm is called of their.
Yeah, the place where they're hanging around with Zodiark.
Yeah, so it goes there for a temporary period, and then they can come back basically and re-inhabit another body. So he could have just possessed the dead body of a dead soldier, come back, and basically what an Ascian would have done.
The Rift,
yes.
Rift. Thank you, Doris. Yeah, that seems likely. And yeah, so I think this concept though of Xenos either being an artificial Ascian or claiming the echo of an Ascian, which would in effect be kind of the same thing, right? Is if you claimed the echo of an Ascian, wouldn't you ostensibly have the same powers that they have?
Yeah, more or less, and I think it was. I think part of it. Part of me believes that it was definitely, or that it seems more likely because Emmett Selk was, he was always into experimenting and doing all this. He built 2 technologically advanced societies.
Right.
Like he was all about experimentation and all that, and I think he was at the forefront of that, and I think he was basically trying to, in a way, clone the Unsundered. And maybe because obviously from our interactions with him, like he was tempered by Zodiark. So obviously this is all speculation on my part, but like it's just something I like thought about for a while. But it like he was not sundered. He was tempered by Zodiark. So he was forced to do his bidding, but he was almost too clever for his own good, to where he basically rode the line of like what was acceptable for him to do within the confines of his temperament. Because I feel like the tempering from the original primals of Hydaelyn and Zodiark is a little different from how like Ifrit and Garuda and Titan operated.
So okay, go ahead.
To me, it's like obviously the Ascians had a goal to bring Zodiark back in mind, but it didn't feel like they were like mindlessly worshiping him.
Yeah, they weren't thralls.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, which is interesting because now we've got these fucking towers that are turning people into thralls for the Empire, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I think you're right. That the tempering that happens, with an entity like Zodiark has got to be different than the tempering that we've seen from Ifrit or Garuda. I think you're 100% right, but whatever those towers are doing is much more akin to what Garuda or Ifrit, that form of tempering, than maybe Zodiark. And if that's the case, would it be safe to assume that the Warrior of Light is in fact tempered by Hydaelyn?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one thing that is heavily debated, and I actually am not, like, I've thought about both sides of it, and I can't come to a conclusive or a decisive point on it, because there's evidence that kind of points both ways, because Hydaelyn, I mean, basically Hydaelyn is light and Zodiark is darkness, right?
Right.
So if we were tempered by Hydaelyn, I don't believe that we would be able to go to the first and wipe out all these light beings of our own free will if we were tempered. That's kind of one thing that points me towards not believing that we're actually tempered.
Sure. Could that have something to do with whatever Midgar Somer did to meddle with Hydaelyn's blessing? Because remember, at the beginning of Heaven's Word, he removes Hydaelyn's blessing, but I think we eventually end up either progressively earning it back, or we get it, it's re-bestowed upon us. But we don't know what happens when he sort of takes it away and then re-gifts it to us, or gives it back to us, or gives... it's Heaven's Word was so long ago, so it's
that part was still... I think that is a story element that still hasn't really been
paid
explained,
off.
And it will. I think that will. I mean, I think you're definitely onto something there. I think there is probably some element to that, because I feel like, I mean, this could just be a weird thought, but over the course of the expansions, our dialogue options have become more sarcastic. After Heaven's Word, our dialogue options became a little bit more sarcastic-y and snarky.
Sure.
I feel like that might just be overanalyzing it a little bit, but yeah, there could be potential there to where, I mean Square Enix has done some crazy in-depth story things like that before, so I wouldn't put it past them to have it be oh yeah, you back in 2.x or 2.x we were tempered, and then basically Midgard Somer not saved us, but somehow removed the tempering. Well, wait. We know more about tempering now, though, right? Because we have a means to remove it, and the tempering is just a mutation of the ether in a person's body,
or it's the stagnating of it, right?
Yeah. Well, I think with light, that light is stagnation.
Yeah, it's whatever it's whatever the entity is aspected to. So if it was if it was Ifrit, if it was fire, then your fire aether would subsequently be stunted.
Yeah, it's an imbalance in our ether. So, man. Yeah, there's just a lot to unpack there, because there's so many different, because there's the whole thing of also with the blessing of light. Is the blessing of light part of the tempering, or is it a separate entity of in itself? Because it's also separate from the echo, which originally people thought the echo and the blessing of light went hand in hand,
right?
But now we know that's not the case.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I definitely think that there's some real there's some real deep lore that still has to be explored, specifically around Midgard and not just specifically what he did at the beginning of Heaven's Word, or what he did through the Omega storyline, like who he is as an entity, because he is one of the only things that we come across in the entire game that is not of this world. He literally came from another fucking planet with Omega chasing him, to get here. And so, I just want to put this out there, in case, I don't know, someone from Square Enix ever sees this. But like, if we're gonna start to unravel some of the secrets around Midgard, God, please end up addressing the opening cutscene for 1.0. The Fusion had said it. What exists under Silver Tear Lake and the Primal Explosion, all of those things. If we're going to start to unravel the mystery around Midgard himself, then I think that is going to be central and necessary to explain for all of these fucking OCD bastards like me that have watched that cutscene a million times, going, "What the fuck is going on here?" So I think that for me, that's what I need to see, like, especially if we're going to start addressing some of these Midgard plot points.
Yeah, and I think because of the thing I was talking about with the resonance and Xenos being a copy of an Ascian potential. So he's basically an artificial Ascian who wants to absorb Zodiark. I don't think that story arc is going to end in the next patch. I think that is probably going to be where we go for the expansion, and Xenos is likely going to be the big bad, but in a way to where we get the culmination of the story of the Zodiark versus Hydaelyn saga.
Sure.
Where we reach that climax where, potentially a fraction of Zodiark, like they manage to assemble Zodiark in some amalgamate, like they find some way. Because I actually had this discussion with some people, because now, like with the Crystal Tower and Rift Travel being like a known thing that can happen, what would stop, like, do the rejoining still need to happen? Could the Ascians not potentially just go to each shard, somehow unlock the fragment of Zodiark and bring it back to the source? That's
interesting. Although, and we've also seen that, people are split, which is, the idea between an aspected and an unaspected Ascian. Could they travel between the different shards and get enough aspects of one of their Ascian brethren and make him become unaspected? The idea, like, when we were first introduced to the Echo, the very notion that someone could end up with an artificial Echo, I think, you would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's so science fiction. What the fuck? But, like, I think that, there is at least some precedent for that, right? Like, if we can get a fake Ascian and get somebody with an artificial Echo, then what's to say that if you can travel between the different shards, that you can't get the individual that you need to be able to rejoin someone?
Well, yeah, because I think part of that is proven by our characters specifically, yes, because that's exactly what happened.
Yes.
We went to the first, and we absorbed part of our soul fragment, basically.
Right.
Which, being that our soul somehow already was rejoined from all the previous rejoinings, we were already more powerful, which just, it makes me kind of wonder, in a way, why us specifically? Like, because obviously our character wasn't alive during the original rejoinings, so why is our soul specifically so much more whole than other people? Because wouldn't other people also have the same factor of rejoining their souls together if that was the case?
It's a good question.
Or is that a factor of the possible? I mean, it could be a factor with us being technically an Ascian and us being part of the Council of 14. That could be, I guess, maybe the reason. And does that mean the other Ascians in the Council have the same level of power?
Right. It's a good question. It's a very good question.
Because I mean, if we look at someone like Gaia, who came from the 13th to the 1st, actually, I'm still confused on that.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
I don't know whether she originated from the 1st or she originated from the 13th, but she's technically an Ascian with a seat in the council. We find out, and then Eden turned out to be the another Ascian that was part of the. So that's two more right there.
Yeah,
and we've encountered 4 others.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
3, 4.
It's tough to remember.
Wasn't the guy that kidnapped Minfilia back in 2.x? He was the one. He was on the council, right? Or was he just a random dude?
How would we know who was on the council anyway? Like, has there ever been like at some point in Shadowbringers were we given a list of names?
No, but we did pick up all those crystals.
Yeah, that's true.
That we gave to Elidibus. We're like, here you go.
Dora's saying, I think Gaia's from the 13th. That's how Ukulia and Gaia know each other?
Ulakalhai.
Oh, Unikal. Wait,
Ukulele?
Yeah, ukulele. Wait, does Unikalhai know Gaia?
Yeah, wait, where did we get that?
Yeah, because I even
reveal that.
Like I even went and did fucking solo Ravana hard mode to be able to finish his dialogue tree, and I didn't get that. I didn't get that unless they added more fucking dialogue to him after they wrapped up Eden, which I don't think I've talked to him after Eden actually wrapped up as a storyline.
Oh yeah, I mean I haven't even done it, so I haven't talked to him after. I mean I wouldn't have talked to him after that either, so I might have to try that and see what he says.
Well, fuck it.
Because I know after you beat Elidibus, he comments on that. He is just like, oh yeah, Elidibus is dead. That sucks.
What was that place? The fucking oh god, where is Where is fucking Ukulele hanging out? I can't even remember.
He's in More Donuts. He's in
oh, okay.
The Rising Stones. He's in the office in the Rising Stones.
I thought he was in the one in Olda.
Oh yeah, I believe he's in the Rising Stones.
I think you're right.
That office that no one uses anymore because we don't have Minfilia.
So, in terms of jobs being added with 6.0, what do you want to see?
I mean, my personal big one is like chemist or apothecary or some. I mean, I'm kind of on board with that with like everybody else. I've wanted that for a while. So the fact that they kind of hinted at it in the story a little bit maybe is just a red herring, but you know, fingers crossed. We'll see. Because I can't really think of like what other like reasonable healing job they would put in the game like that would like make sense. Like
sure
with the story. And I think it's probably too early for Beastmaster as like a DPS, but maybe Beastmaster since we're moving into Garlemald, and that's a very like with Bozja, they're very prominent over there. So
Yeah, I have noticed that. What if Beastmaster is like Blue Mage, and it's like a solo job?
Fucking kill me. I don't. Blue Mage was a mistake. I mean, it wasn't a complete mistake. I find Blue Mage content fun, but I don't think there needs to be another thing that does something. Like, they don't need another side job. I think Blue Mage is enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like, they need to figure out what they want to do with Blue Mage before they make another limited job.
Yeah, I think that's also fair. I don't know.
Because the problem with Blue Mage is it's supposed to be a solo job, but you need to make groups to be able to do the content, to be able to unlock the most of the abilities.
Yeah.
So it's not really a solo job because you have to make parties for stuff. So it's like, well, is it a solo job, or am I supposed to be able to play with people? Like, what? And then they started adding the things with being able to copy roles, and they kind of moved it more towards being cohesive to actually playing in a party. And so it's like, I mean, do you want it to be played with other people? Do you want to just be exclusive Blue Mage parties? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
So I think they need to figure out exactly what they needed to kind of like tune up Blue Mage to where they want it to be before they consider putting in another job. However, I think Beastmaster could be a real job. I mean, it's probably not going to be what people want, like, but they could make it, because we have Red Mage basically, right, as our like caster melee hybrid. So we could potentially have like a melee range DPS hybrid, like basically a medium range melee DPS, or like a strength based DPS with like throwing axes or something.
Sure.
So it fills the melee DPS role, but like has more of a ranged kit, or like has like ranged abilities compared to like other melee DPS.
Yeah, although granted what they've done to Summoner over time, it seems like that's probably less likely, right? Like, you know, what they've done.
Base class, yeah, Beastmaster seems unlikely just for the fact that they don't like to do any form of pet management.
Yes.
They completely nuked pets from Scholar and Summoner into the ground, and they're just like, yeah, they're entities that exist, but they don't take damage. They don't really you can't really command them to do anything. They just exist.
Right, exactly. And then what they did with Machinist, where it's just like, oh, this thing is out for a minute. Yeah,
I mean, I feel like that would be how Beastmaster would operate. It would be like, you're like a melee, and I think that's kind of what I mean by like being like a ranged hybrid, because you could like summon your pets from like ranged and like have your pets like be your melee attacker, and then like you have like kind of a medium like throwing attack axe, like you like do your axe throwing as like your kit, like personally, and then you have like your pets in melee like attacking, and like you just summon them periodically, and that would be the only way I would see that like operating in some capacity. But
yeah, I don't think it's going to be what people want, which was like like a pet
collecting class.
Yeah, I don't think that's in the cards.
Yeah, I think if they put it in the game, they'll do something similar to what they've done with other jobs, where it's not quite what people want, but it still fulfills the fantasy of the role, right? Like as a Beastmaster, you just want kind of a variety of beasts that like come in and attack. And
yeah, I suppose. I mean, but people just hold on to that whole idea of like back in FF11 where I got a reverse. They had this for Blue Mage where they're like, I want to be able to learn the blue spells like I did back in 11, where I have to reverse face, mobs and have them hit me over and over again to learn it. And it's just like, bro, like set your expectations reasonably. Like it's not you're not gonna have a pet out all the time that you're gonna hang out with, like. It's just not gonna fucking be that, unfortunately. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even have they even done Eggy Glamours yet? I don't even think that you can do Carbuncle, right? You turn it back into Carbuncle.
I think
that's
so.
The extent of it.
I think so.
Yeah. So I doubt that, because I was gonna say that maybe they'll like allow you to like choose which, like you'll have like a list of beasts to choose from and like for each ability, but I sincerely doubt that'll be the case even.
Yeah, I don't know. I have. It's weird. After I got Dark Knight, I just don't care. Whatever fucking, whatever you want to add, I don't give a shit. Like Machinist, that was a new thing. Like that was. I'm sorry, it was in what, Tactics maybe. That was it.
Yeah,
that was it though. Like no one had any expectation for how Machinist was going to operate, or Astrologian. You know, like once I got Dark Knight, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Add. You can add a guy that farts in a bag and throws it at enemies for all I care.
I mean, that might be what Chemist does.
Hey man, that actually sounds pretty appealing. I would play Fart Mage. I'd play Fart Mage in a minute. Any specific hopes for like raids or anything like that? Any desire for any kind of new or different content?
I mean, it was interesting that they sort of decided to combine Eureka and Palace of the Dead into one thing this expansion.
Yeah, I really do enjoy Bazoja. I think it's very well done. It sort of scratches that more MMOE itch that you know, just dungeon grinding in 14 doesn't do.
Yeah,
you know,
like the content itself is fun and like that's good, but yeah, like I said earlier, it's just like there's no active character progression to it because it's side content and it's completely separate progression outside of being able to level your character, which is a nice touch.
Yeah, I think that is that I think is the one thing, like the one aspect of the character progression there is like level some shit.
I think that combining the two into what Bozja is makes it probably the best of the side content, because like Palace of the Dead had the same issue. It's only used for leveling, like that was all it was used for, and then Eureka was only for the relic. Like, but now you combine the two, so you now have a piece of content that has multiple reasons to do it. So it kind of ideally should increase the longevity of the content and people doing it over time, because like people do original Palace of the Dead, people do Heaven on High because it's the best way to level characters through those levels. Bozja, it will be the same thing for 70 to 80, where people are gonna keep doing Bozja to get through that level gap because that's the best way to level. So I think that, like, you haven't got to experience the raid yet. I think the raid was like the coolest part of it.
That's why I'm still,
like you said,
like that's why I'm still doing it. Like that's my incentive, is I want to do that raid. Once I do that raid, I'm done. Like I'm not, I'm not doing relic shit, so I don't really care about that stuff. But it's like I want to do that fucking raid. That sounds fucking sweet. Like I didn't do the Eureka raid, so I have no context for that.
The problem with the way that the relic operates, though, is that, I mean, well, they had to add the leveling part to it because they added the other way to get the relic, which is actually way easier than doing Bozja. So it's kind of like the only thing I wish they would maybe change is that you could start your relic on a character that's not level 80, so you could get your relic by level 80 while you're like leveling a character and like have a weapon, like kind of like how you could do with Palace of the Dead, where you could level up a character through Palace of the Dead, get enough points to get a weapon for when you hit level cap, and then
and you've got a decent weapon
ready for the next. So I hope they they continue expanding on content like that. Like, I don't know if we necessarily need something like overly drastic and new, but like just variations to that. Like like I said, because the problem with their side content is like, I mean, as long as the side content's fun, people are going to do it, but there has to be reasons for doing it, right? So like,
Sure.
Bozja has, so like, you know, with the leveling aspect to it, it definitely has longevity in the sense that people are going to keep doing it, and they're just going to keep doing it. And I'm sure they'll add the echo to it after the expansion's over, which will make it even easier for people to go through and
Sure.
and catch up and do that way. So do solo, because eventually it's going to get to a point probably where there's not going to be too many people in there, so you're not going to be able to have like the 20-man groups doing critical engagements every time.
Sure, but those, I mean, just like Fates, they scale though. You know, it was. I don't know if you were watching before, but like, I think it was me and one other person in the entire Bozja instance, and you know, like we got through one of those skirmishes, and I was like, "Oh, I'm actually doing decent damage." Oh, it's because it's me and one other person here. So, you know, they did think of that at least in the short term.
Yeah, I think that the only problem sometimes is that some of the fights are not scaled well to be done by like 2 DPS, right? Like you kind of need to have like a tank, or you can use your action, like you can drink the potion that gives you more health and defenses, so you can kind of be more tanky as a DPS. So like you can do that content solo with that buff. But for people, you know, coming into it for the first time who don't have those items, then it becomes way more difficult. And that's where the Echo would probably come in to kind of help give those people a little boost. Or they maybe give some kind of buff that like increases the drop rate of the fragments or something.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, what about 6.0? Like, are you like what? Man, I'm trying to think of a question that I haven't asked yet.
I mean, in terms, I think the story is probably like where the story goes is what I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, what's sort of like your make or break? Like what's you know, my breaking point with FF14 was Stormblood and sort of the feeling that it gave halfway through that we're spinning our wheels. We're not actually doing anything productive, and that was sort of enough for me to quit for a while. And, you know, once I heard enough people say enough good things about Shadowbringers, I was like, okay, well, maybe I can try this again. What could be a sort of break for you? Is there something that Square Enix could do here that makes you go, okay, I need to do something else for a while. I need to play another game for a while. Or you know, do you think you'd be able to hang on through whatever they throw at us?
I mean, I think at this point, I would probably, even if I didn't necessarily like the story we get with 6.0, I would probably at least play through it and stick with it. Like with Shadowbringers being what it was, and how bad Stormblood was, and how good Shadowbringers was, and how big of a payoff Shadowbringers was, it kind of gives me hope that even if the next expansion is a bad expansion, like as long as I play through the story, get the story elements to it, and like, you know, just kind of keep up with the game a little bit, eventually it will have another payout. Because that's sort of the problem with Shadowbringers, right? Is it's kind of the high of highs. Like, where do we go from here? Are we going back down to a point where now we're going to be starting new plot threads? So like it's kind of slow down a little bit, and it might get a little bit boring for a while, and you just have to power through it. Or are we still on that fucking hype train of Ascian, Hydaelyn, Zodiark bullshit to finish out that arc? And like, are we going in guns blazing? Like, that's kind of the hit or miss there, maybe.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is something I referred to earlier with Fusion. That, you know, Square Enix has earned back a measure of the benefit of the doubt, where, you know, okay, I see how you were able to pull this off. Let's see what else you can pull out of your hat. And I think that you know, there's a lot of validity to that, and Square Enix should be able to earn that. You know, if they can kind of burn me out, then, you know, I should at least give them the benefit of the doubt when they do something right. You know, so I totally get that. But I mean, I've heard from people where they're like, oh man, if Xenos is the villain, I'm just gonna come back at 7.0. Which, I guess that's also fair. If you really hate that villain, and I don't think that any of us particularly like him. But I'm sort of the opinion, like, okay, if it is Xenos, let's give Square Enix the opportunity to fulfill that promise of really making us, the audience, hate him. Like, really fucking hate him. That's not something that they say commonly about their villains, because a lot of times their villains tend to be very endearing.
Yes, and I think if he is the lead villain of this next expansion, I think that it gives them an opportunity to give us a payoff for the bullshit we had to deal with in Stormblood. Like, I'm actually kind of glad that he's the villain, because he gets a chance to actually have character development, become interesting, and become a character worth my time.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like, all that investment I put in Stormblood, then pays off, because all that stuff now makes sense.
Just because I found him irritating because he was poorly written doesn't mean if they pick up the writing to something that is more interesting that I won't be into it. So I definitely agree with you there. I don't think that I can categorically, there's no one who hates Stormblood more than me, But if listen, and if I can go, okay, all right, listen, Xenos sucks. But there's a possibility that this might be interesting. I think anyone who has enjoyed, FF14 or Shadowbringers, I think that they could, very reasonably reach that same conclusion.
I mean, Xenos is like a reverse Goku, right? Like, he just wants to fight. He just wants to become stronger. He just wants to the greatest battle of his life. And he just strives for that specifically, but has no conscience or any form of pity or remorse for what he does in the meantime, which makes him, because there's always been the things with Goku and Dragon Ball Z about how he's basically one step away from being a villain, because he just wants to fight for the sake of fighting.
Yeah, but that's not contemptible, right? And nothing that Xenos has done has kind of paid off that promise that you're gonna fucking hate this guy, right? He's mildly annoying at most, but as Zemlis had kind of pointed out, he says, without saying who, last year, if I'm not mistaken, Yoshida said someone we know, a main character we love, will die soon in this game, permanently. Poplimo dead. Has this passed yet? I don't think so. I don't think we've really lost anyone on a permanent basis outside of Hearts and Farts and Moonbrita that, have even been close to a main fucking character. So
yeah, I mean, because even with Graha Tia, I don't know how people got sad at that, because you knew what was gonna happen. It was so obvious,
dude. It was so fucking obvious.
It was okay, yeah, his body turned to crystal, but he's right here.
Yeah,
we're gonna take him back to the sword. He's gonna become a Scion. God, did you not see that? I saw that from the moment he started infusing his own soul into. I'm oh, he's going back to the source with us.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I saw that coming from a mile away.
From space. I mean, and that would have been the only character death in
Shadowbringers.
That would have been heavily impactful. If he actually I mean, there was part of me that was oh shit, is something going to go wrong with the thing? I was I was that'd be huge. The crystal shatters or something, in the battle with Elidibus, that would have been a huge plot twist that I would have not seen coming.
Right.
But
I mean, Zemlis is kind of right. We've gotten a lot of fake outs with Y'shtola. So
yeah.
But I mean, like, that's the thing, though.
I mean,
like, I have to,
go ahead.
Like, I have to wonder, you know, because they've kind of like dangled the idea of like killing a Scion permanently, and the most that we've gotten from that has been fucking Minfilia, or Moonbrita. Those are the two closest, right? And to me, like, fucking, first of all, Minfilia doesn't count because we spent half of Shadowbringer's fucking, you know, like, waiting to have our last conversation with her. So the fucking, you know, like, she's still around. She's doing something. She's the voice of the goddess or whatever the fuck. You know, if there's enough crystals that we can, you know, plug into crystal converters or whatever, we can bring her fucking back. Probably. I don't know. But like, there's nothing, there has been no death outside of Hearts and Farts and Moonbrita and Ysayle, right? Like, those are the three deaths that have been permanent. Poplimo, too.
Papalymo.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
Papalymo.
Papalymo was a pretty big one.
So, but
well,
like,
I think
but
with
why
all these like fake deaths, they kind of set the expectation, right? Where like there's so many fake deaths where like anytime somebody dies like off, quote unquote, off screen, or like we don't see them die, we're like, oh, they're fine.
Yeah,
it'll be fine. So I think when we finally do get that character death, it's going to be even more impactful because like we're like, oh, they're fine, they're going to be fine. Oh, they're actually dead.
So,
shit.
So let's say, I don't know, Xeno starts hunting Scions. Is that going to do it? Is that going to be enough to make to take ambivalence of this character into the hate department? I don't know. For me, it might be a relief. I don't know. Zemlis says yes.
I don't think he'll just go on a hunting spree of the Scions. I think what's going to happen is he's basically going to, you know, like you said, the towers were making thralls of. Oh, I guess that's Bahamut doing that though, right? Like, he's just gonna. I think he's going to do what he was doing on a much grander scale across Eorzea, and not just in the regions that, you know, Garlemald controlled, and that might be a bigger impact than I feel like at the end of 5.5 there's going to be some, it's not going to be a calamity, but it's going to be a calamity-esque event that will occur that will potentially make us very pissed off.
Interesting.
And that could be the spark that leads us into 6.0 to, because they tend to end each expansion with a bang, right? Like,
sure,
usually a pretty big event that happens at the end of each expansion,
sure,
to lead into the next one. So I feel like with all these towers, the Neo Bahamut or whatever,
Lunar
Dark Bahamut or Lunar Bahamut. Okay, yeah, I can't remember which. I gotta look through the list of Bahamut names that they're going through. I think something major is going to happen in 5.5 and lead us in. I mean, if we go into 6.0 on a whimper, I'll probably be upset about that. Like, I think like something major needs to happen. Like, it doesn't need to be world ending, but like shit, maybe he wipes out a continent or something, and like that just.
That would, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think of like what could happen that doesn't impact the normal sort of day-to-day operation of the game too much, you know.
Yeah, there just could be a region in Garlemald that, like, maybe the resistance is sorted out, and that he just goes and he just.
That's interesting. Yeah, then that way it impacts the upcoming map for the expansion as sort of like,
it doesn't impact the whole world.
Yeah, like I'm you know, there was that mountain that had the big hole in it in Alamigo that I think when people first saw it, they thought was connected to the Omega hole in some way, shape, or form. So that seems like an appropriate way to be able to pull that off, you know?
Yeah, because like the whole Omega thing happened, and then we go to the Alamego, we go to that area, and then there's the big crater and all that. Like all that terrain is already in that state when we get there, so it's not like they have to do some like timey-wimey bullshit and like old world shit to be like, oh yeah, well this happened, but like when you're leveling a new character, this hasn't happened yet, so the world is in like they have like phasing shit where like it's different for different people based on where they are in the story.
You know, there's another.
I mean, I guess they could do that, but
you know, you bring up another interesting aspect in terms of, you know, if they needed to punt the story away from Garlemald for whatever reason that they felt. This is something that FF11 did. What do you think about going back in time as a potential setting for an expansion?
I mean, we didn't go back in time, but they kind of already did the time travel thing with Shadowbringers, so I don't know if I'd want to do that 2 expansions in a row.
How do you mean? Like,
well, because Graha came from the future, and like there was the whole thing with his time machine.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, with the Crystal Tower.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like we know time travel. There's potential for time travel, but like it was unheard of up until what happened with Graha and the Crystal Tower, and it seems like it probably wouldn't be feasible. I mean, it might be feasible because maybe. Okay, so I mean, if Elidibus was still around, there could be more potential in that because he got Graha's memories, so he would have maybe some knowledge as to how the time travel would actually operate. But since Elidibus is gone, I don't think he would be able to like pass that information on in any capacity.
Sure, but we do. We do have control. So, in terms of the timeline, we do know that because of the fact that the Ironworks has control of the fucking Alexander ruins that we, you know, cleared out, that's the mechanism by which they unlock time travel to be able to implant it into the Crystal Tower's basement, right? Is that correct? At least,
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so
I think there was also I just a side note. I think there was also an aspect to when we went to Sid to research basically the cure for the tempering.
Yes.
They used that, like, they basically built that supercomputer and then, like, basically blew it up and then were able to get the thing, but it, like, fucked that up. And I believe they mentioned something about, like, so much for discovering time travel or something like that.
Well, so my thought is that what if, and maybe this is more appropriate for 7.0, right? But what if after a bit of time, you know, the Ironworks figures out the mechanism by which time travel happens, by which they can use it or manipulate it. And so you have the mechanic of time travel that's introduced right in Shadowbringers, but then is actually used on your character to transport you to the past, right? It's something that they did very effectively with Wings of the Goddess. I loved the way that they did that with Wings of the Goddess, and I think that there's so much that you have to play with here because you have the existing assets from 1.0 that you could literally just port over to have one period in time that you can go to. But let's say you need to go even farther back, and then you get more, you know, you see what I mean? Like, there's pre-existing assets, which arguably take some of the most amount of time. Art assets, in terms of, like, time spent making a video game, like your art assets are one of the biggest, right? So if you can save some time by using old assets that are just sort of sitting around, then, you know, you can make what feels like more out of that, more substantively. So I you know, this idea that you know, that could be a mechanic that we see moving forward is actually something that I think is really attractive. Now, I don't think it's probably right for 6.0, but I do think that might be interesting for something like 7.0. And gives you the ability to directly address any dangling plot threads from 1.0 that you have no other way of addressing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, potentially.
What up?
Yeah.
What up, King Brohamed? Thank you for the raid with 5. What up, Copper Nicholson, Epic Cracker? Appreciate you guys hopping in on the conversation. But had you thought about a time travel mechanic or a time travel setting as an expansion for 14?
No, not time travel in particular, but I mean, I did, because we have access to the Crystal Tower, we have Graha and all of his knowledge. Like, obviously, rift travel would be a more feasible possibility.
Sure,
but that's not to say that. I mean, obviously, if they were able to figure out how to traverse the rift again with the Crystal Tower, they would probably be able to figure out how to do the time travel as well.
Yeah. See,
right now, obviously, it's not operable because we blew up the time machine basically by going into the basement and killing the Ironworks Alexander.
Right. But again, that if you look at time as a linear construct, right? You have the time as it exists while Graha was locked in the basement of the Crystal Tower, and during that time the Ironworks figured out time travel independently of whatever was going on in the basement of the Crystal Tower, so that when the doors opened and Graha came out and asked for help, it was the Ironworks that came and answered and installed the technology that they had discerned from both Omega and Alexander. So that being said, at some point in our current timeline, Sid and the Ironworks do inevitably discover time travel. So without having to reconstruct it from the basement or having to reverse engineer it from the basement, with that version still being destroyed, you in linear time, the Ironworks figures out Alexander and thus figures out time travel, opening up the mechanism to you as the player. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you also have Nero's on the case right now because he is very and actually that might be a good point because now that like Nero knows that time travel is a possibility and his rivalry with Sid is going to escalate him to pushing to learn that as fast as possible. Good point. We may get time travel earlier than when it actually occurred originally in Graha's timeline.
King Brohamed says it's the grandkids of the Ironworks that figures out time travel. Is that right? I mean, is that confirmed?
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I think like the journals in the twinning like kind of give more insight into the like dealings with that.
Gotcha.
There's, like little like journal entries scattered about. That
I mean,
give like little logs of.
Okay.
Yeah, Big's. Yeah. It's like Big's like great grandchild.
Sure. All right, but here's the thing. All right, I'll amend my little plot point. Because we can rift travel, couldn't we bring the notes of the future Ironworks back to the current Ironworks so that they could figure the fuck out? That's kind of the other way to get around that.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back to we could go into the basement of the Crystal Tower and get all the logs and shit if we really wanted to.
Yeah. So I think that's just something that I hadn't thought about until you had brought up time travel. Speaking of time, though, what about the a possible job from the annals of Final Fantasy history, Time Mage?
Well, I thought Time Mage would be cool in the game, but I feel like with some of the abilities they added to Astrologian, I kind of felt like Astrologian in a way was supposed to be a reference to Time Mage in some capacity because Astrologian has some time-based magic because you have like I can't remember the names of the abilities, but they have like the one ability that makes all your spells instant cast, and your global cooldown is faster, and they have like a few other like they have time dilation as an ability. I believe that.
Okay.
Or no, it's but like they had I mean, in the original iteration of they've obviously like completely overhauled how Astrologian actually works, but like originally you had like your card buffs, but then you also had like an ability that you could extend the duration of the card buffs on your party. You had like a time ability that reduced your global cooldown and made your spells instant cast and costless mana. Like there was like a few aspects to it, and then you had like on the other side of that you had gravity. So I kind of felt like Astrologian was actually like a combination of like time and space mage, like into one entity, to where they could kind of have both of those in the game, but like just as one job.
Gotcha.
So if they were to do time magic, they would probably put it on Astrologian and not have it be a separate class.
Yeah.
That would be that's how I kind of see it anyways.
Let me see. I forget who's King Brohammed saying time travel back to the War of the Magi. I think it would be infinitely interesting if it was like a plot point that we had to travel back to each one of the calamities, and just before the calamities, and I don't know, maybe if not stop them, at least see them, and that would be something that you could easily accomplish through a series of dungeons. The same way that you see a lot of the end of the Asian civilization through the bullshit that Emmett Selk does down in the bottom of the ocean. I don't know, there's a lot of really cool different ways that it could end up going.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how they'll end up bringing Emmett Selk back for people, is that we time travel back to the age of the Allegan Empire. We like meet him there, and then he like somehow comes back to the future with us, and then we have Emmett Selk back as
Vegeta. God damn it, this game is just always Dragon Ball Z. It always just comes back to like, how can we make our enemies our friends? Fuck, I know,
because the alternative is killing them, right? Or they're just gonna keep coming back. Like I feel like that's how every story basically goes, is like either you do something to prevent them from attacking, like to getting the revenge, or like attacking you over and over again, which is basically either kill them, incapacitate them, or make them your friend.
Yeah.
And I feel like most stories tend to go the friend route because it's all happy sunshine and fun and rainbows.
Right. Zemla says save Louis Swah, kill Bahamut. That's actually like, I would fucking love that. That would be great. Right? Like there's a way to bring back a dead character that seems like, okay, that one was earned. You know what I mean?
It would be cool to go back to that era and have like the older versions of Alice and Alphinaud actually meet with Louis Swah as like actual like adults.
That would be cool.
I mean, obviously not like, because they've gone through such drastic character arcs, and their character development over the course of the game has been outstanding in my opinion. That because like just going back and rewatching somebody play through 2.x and listening to fucking Alphinaud talk, I wanted to punch my mom. And like he's still a snarky little asshole, but he's definitely matured, and he's much more tolerable now than he was back in the day. Like his character development has been outstanding. Like he is a very good example of like basically, I mean, because like basically Alphinaud and Alice are like the kind of the two OGs, because they were the two very first two Scions we ever met in the game.
Yeah.
Unintentionally, we didn't even know who they like. They're just two kids sleeping in a cart with us going to town.
Right.
But
yeah, that's a really good point. I always thought of them as like the Palom and Porum of FF14. Maybe that was an unfair comparison. But yeah, no, I think that would be really cool. I have been watching extra credits go back and play through some, the 2.0 and now starting into the 3.0 content. And you're right, there's a lot. There's actually a lot of character development and plot points that I'm like, I totally forgot that this was a thing. Like it didn't seem relevant at the time, and so I just kind of glossed over it, and then later it kind of comes back and you're like, oh, okay, that's what they were doing. And I like that. That to me, that's good and effective storytelling.
Yeah, it shows how well written and thought out the storyline is.
Agreed.
You can go back to the original storyline and like rewatch it from a different perspective, and you like notice like it's like almost like a completely different story, because you're like, oh shit, that was a reference to this, like that we learned 6 years later was a thing.
No, totally. But I mean, I think that there's also some really interesting points in Eorzean history that have sort of been made legend-ish by like just the sort of context clues that you get from environmental design. You know, like how many different remnants of the Allegan Empire have we traipsed through? You know, how many different ruins associated with Amdapor, you know, have we gone through? You know, the floating city of Nim. You know, like there's all these different points in Eorzean history that I think would be really, really interesting and fascinating to kind of peek in on at different kind of points in the timeline, which is what makes me think that time travel could be a sort of a very interesting mechanic for an expansion moving forward.
Well, and that's an interesting thought too, right? Like, could there be a possibility where we don't necessarily have an entire expansion dedicated to time travel, but maybe that becomes a new piece of side content that they constantly update or like come back to during patches, or like, you know, every like third patch, or you know. Yeah. Like kind of how, you know, how they like to basically kind of have a concept for a content cycle and then kind of stick with it. Like that could be a new factor in that cycle where it would be kind of, I guess, reminiscent of like what they did with the delivery Moogle quests back in the day, right? Where it was like quests that were specifically for world building.
Yeah.
And not necessarily for, you know, like any kind of character progression. It was just lore. Like you just do this quest line and you just learn more about the world and people. And
yeah, we're going to tell you a story and hopefully you get something out of it.
Yeah,
there's a lot of that. There's so much of that in FF11 where they're like, we're going to dump you into the middle of like these two people are having an argument and you figure it out. Like, you know, and it's so bizarrely written. FF11 specifically is so bizarrely written because, again, it's not written like most MMOs where your character is like the central focal nexus point on which all important plot points hinge, right? Warrior of Light is the fucking savior of all saviors. He is Jesus, Muhammad, and fucking God all rolled into one. You know, he is the Warrior of Light is this special little thing that that exists. But in FF11, it's just like, you know, like there's some times where your character is treated like, who the fuck is this asshole? Seriously, who let him in here? Yeah. Why? You know, and like there's validity in both approaches, but it's there's just something that's so, I don't know, that's so interesting about not being the center of everything, right? Because like I'm playing through Rhapsodies of Vana'diel right now. And it very much makes you the center. You become a god. You become a god in Rhapsodies of Vana'diel, right? Like, okay, cool. So now I am the focal nexus, and it feels weird and out of place, and it feels like something that belongs in FF14. So, you know, I don't know what point I'm sort of driving to here. Other than, you know, it's just the difference, the vast gulf in terms of a difference between the way that the main character is treated by the rest of the world, and you know, the storytelling opportunities that ends up opening up.
Well, I think even that shows a little bit in 14, just like starting out, because you start out as a nobody. You're just an adventurer. You're just some dude who just shows up to town, is like, hey, I need work, and then they're like, hey, do these random chores, and like it's a fun. I think there's two different forms of storytelling in MMOs that tend to be the case, right? Like, and I think the Final Fantasy XIV style has become the more prominent one, where like the character is the focal point of the story, and it's basically a single player game with MMO aspects to it.
Right.
Like there's that type of MMO, and then there's the older style of MMO where the world is the story. Your experiences with other players are the story.
Right.
It's not necessarily like a story that you just sit down and watch like a movie. You like have experiences, and your experiences, I mean, each player's experiences differ, so each person's story is different when you're playing when you're playing those like older style MMOs.
Right. No, I definitely agree with that. It's also just really funny to just find random NPCs to talk to in FF11, because like 2/3 of them are literally have like they're dead end dialogue, and they're like, fuck off. Like, what? Why are you talking to me? There's no reason for you to be talking to me.
Who the hell are you?
Yeah,
who the hell are you, and why are you speaking to me?
Yeah, and it's I don't know, like there's a little
refreshing in a way.
It is refreshing in a way, because it's, you know, like it's almost annoying in FF14, where it's like you're constantly referred to as the Warrior of Light, to the point where it was sort of refreshing to have that notoriety stripped when you went to Norvarant.
Yeah, I think that actually is a factor into why Shadowbringers also kind of, it felt nostalgic in a way, like, because you did get that feeling of like like 2.x, where you're just a nobody, like nobody knows who you are. You're just a guy going around trying to help people. Like,
right. Yeah. I mean, that feeling never lasts very long, though, because you know, to that point, you know, you're shown that you have the blessing of the goddess, you know, when you start FF14, and you know, it's really not that long before Grahatia shows up and is like, oh, I know you. You know what I mean? Like that feeling of being a nobody doesn't last long enough, I think, in FF14 to really give you a sense of like the world is bigger than just you. Or the world is ongoing and existing. Like, it feels like wherever I'm not, that place exists in stasis. All of the people are frozen in place. They don't do anything until I come around, and then they're doing things. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's like, it goes back to theme park MMO, right?
Theme park MMO, yes.
You're literally on the ride, and like the animatronics only pop up when you ride by on the cart, waving at you like, oh, hi.
Yeah. Evil Lives saying, yeah, going to the first was fun. Everyone was like, who's this asshole sticking his nose in our business? Zemla saying it's like when they went to random people for research and went very close and asked, hello, what are you doing? Who are you? And took notes for possible responses from NPCs to feel as real as possible. Yeah, that's fair. You know, like, it just... I appreciate any game world that treats me as the player like, fuck off, dude. Who the fuck are you? You know, like so many games treat the protagonist and thus the player as the sweet baby child. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to offend you. I don't want you to turn my game off for any reason, so I will coddle you. And just like I think people find things like Dark Souls refreshing because it's literally the game designer going, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and then double fuck you. Like that's refreshing in an era and really in just a glut of video games that will just protect you. They will find different ways to make the experience not offensive to you or not agonizing in any way, shape, or form. And, it's a little bit counterintuitive, and I think, people who have played Dark Souls once and gone, this is not the fucking game for me, fair enough. But I think people who have been able to kind of push past that and find the enjoyment in Dark Souls, there is something refreshing about a game being like, nah, fuck you, dude, you're just another guy. Fuck it.
Yeah, there's this RPG. I mean, I think I've talked to you about it before, but this RPG I've played, I picked it up again recently, called Outward, and
yeah.
Basically, the concept of the game is you're just some dude, and you just go out on an adventure, and you're just trying to live the adventuring life, basically, and you're pretty much a nobody. Like everywhere you go, like your name isn't renowned throughout. Like eventually, when I believe once you reach like the end of a storyline, like people know who you are because you like maybe did something really
to affect their immediate life or something. It makes sense why they would recognize you.
I think that's part of the problem with MMO stories is because MMO stories are ongoing. It's hard to keep that level of lack of renown throughout the MMO's lifetime, right? Because WoW is kind of in a similar situation where, like, original WoW, you're a fucking nobody. You're just a fucking nobody. You're just a dude, like, out of the gates, and you're killing boars in the fucking wild,
right?
And that the story of original WoW is just all about just exploration, the experience, like it's the older MMO experience.
Sure,
but fast forward to modern day WoW, where
everyone's a gigantic set of walking pauldrons.
Yeah, and like everybody's like, oh, the chosen one, like the chosen hero, and blah 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 blah. Like they like shifted the storytelling to make the character the center point of that storytelling. And I mean, in Shadowlands, they pretty much put you on rails for the storyline and did a Final Fantasy XIV style of storytelling.
How was that received? Like, what did people think about it?
I think people who played 14, like, it didn't really affect them because they were already used to it. Like, they're like, this is fine. Like, sure. People, because the story was pretty good. It was all right. Like, I mean, for WoW storytelling, it was pretty good. And I think people who, I mean, it's kind of the same. I mean, because people have the same problem with 14, right? Like, there's people who don't like 14 because it's just a story-driven game. They don't care about that. Like, so they're the same for the people in WoW. So the people who don't care about the storytelling being forced into that on-rail situation to level through the storyline, probably not too happy about it.
I mean, I was just curious since the most of the WoW population was used to something different, how changing that would be received. But yeah, I mean, I think people are so sort of trained by the way that even single player video games are sort of structured, that idea, that concept of being forced onto rails and having the story kind of centered around the player wouldn't seem abnormal or out of place.
And I think that I mean, at this point in MMOs, like, right, when a new expansion comes out, the level cap increases. The leveling is basically cosmetic because, like, the goal obviously is to just get to the level cap. Like, the journey from one end to the other, like, getting those levels doesn't really matter. But if you put a story in there, then that kind of adds a little bit of reason to kind of, have a progression to that end point.
Yeah.
So I feel like in some ways it's actually better to do the leveling experience that way to some capacity, because they have you. So for your first character, you have to do the story straight away. But if you're making another character or leveling an alt, then you can skip the storyline and like just do like an open world experience. So they like opened it up. Except the problem is it's actually faster to level through the storyline than it is to do the open world experience. So it's actually just do the storyline anyways. But yeah, so yeah, like leveling is basically no, especially for expansions, right? When a new MMO comes out, like the leveling experience is an experience in and of itself.
Sure.
But as far as like more modern MMOs go, like leveling is kind of just pointless because your end goal is to just get to level cap. It's not about the journey to that level cap that matters.
Right. Well, and there's another real problem where it's like if you're starting a new story, except you have to start with a super powered character that already has the fucking ring of time and the sword of butt fuckery and, all of these legendary pieces, right? Like, how do you add more legendary shit on top of that? How do you make stuff that feels more legendary than the, Excalibur of anuses? It's like there's nowhere to grow from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's always the problem with I feel with vertical progression MMOs. And
agreed.
I think that's why games like FF11 had a lot more staying power in terms of, even in classic WoW, you had more horizontal progression within the expansion than you do now. Because the problem nowadays, right, is back in the early days of MMOs, you had more horizontal progression during one era of an MMO.
Sure.
And then when an expansion came out, it kind of was a reset button in a way to where all of your, unless you had a horizontal progression MMO like 11, where it was kind of a reset button to where all of your gear was, most of it was basically useless.
Right. Well, and I think the thinking behind that reasoning is let's give a fresh slate for new players to come in and not feel like they're so far behind, because that was a problem in FF11, right? If you started FF11 late, or if you didn't play as quickly as some of the more endgame focused shells or whatever, you got left behind fairly quickly. And if you got left behind, there was a lot of people fell off, right? There was not a lot. It took a special type of person to sort of fight through that frustration of all right, let me get my ass to Boyhata Tree and figure this shit out. Let's get into a party and let's actually figure out how this game is fucking played. A lot of people would just quit at that point. And in modern MMO gaming, I think if you hit that stopgap point, you're out. I think a lot more people are gonna bail on a mechanic like that than your old school MMO audience that was able to sort of fight through that. And also you've got this idea, because now I think WoW has instilled in MMO designers and the marketing teams, if you have an expansion, you have to raise the level cap as a way to sell that expansion. That's a marketing point that you have to have. I can't name an MMO that has not raised the level cap for characters with an expansion. I think FF11 is the only one that I could think of.
Well, technically, WoW with Shadowlands lowered their level cap by dropping it back down to level 60, but that's a completely different thing. So
I don't know what to say to that. I have no idea how to handle that.
They just did a level squish on the game and kind of condensed everything down. They keep basically now what WoW does is every expansion they kind of just squish. They keep eventually this box is just gonna bust open, right? They just keep cramming more shit in this little box. They're we can make it fit. We can make it fit, and eventually everything's just gonna break. But I don't have a problem with there being a reset button in expansions. What the problem with more modern MMOs is that now they do it at patch cycles. So
yeah, that's true too.
Even in 14, every other major patch,
you're on the gear treadmill.
Have a reset. Yeah, it resets. You could have the best gear of the previous patch cycle.
Doesn't matter.
But as soon as that patch day hits, bam, you have literally worse than the minimum gear you can get from the new shit.
That's always been one of the most highly frustrating aspects of FF14.
Yeah, I just never understood why in 14, like, why there wasn't a little bit more overlap, or like, if you're doing endgame rating, why can't the endgame items be the same eye level as like the lowest of the next tier, right? So
Right.
like, if you already like did the work in the last expansion, or not the last expansion, the last patch cycle, you are already a step ahead of people who are playing more casually, who can then get that gear to be able to do the new content that comes out. But if you already have that gear from the previous cycle, then you can just jump into the new content and enjoy it.
Right. Yeah.
I feel like putting that gap there where you have to get the new gear just adds some artificial level of like requiring people to play the game longer to just get to where they want to be.
Yeah.
Even though they've already committed countless hours to the game to get that gear in the first place, now they have to do it all over again just to get
Yeah, I mean, someone had talked earlier about not respecting, how a game cannot respect the player's time. I think that's the biggest slap in the face to, and again, that is the number one reason I don't even bother fucking with raids or any of the extreme shit. That's why I tapered off. Like, why? People used to give me so much shit about the fact that I didn't raid, and I did a podcast about 14 where I leveled a ton of criticism at the game, and fairly, I might add. But what was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to understand the way that Square Enix was designing their fucking gear treadmill, and then actually provide myself with the motivation to get on it? Like seriously, once you understand where that fucking gear treadmill is taking you, why would you do anything except the bare fucking minimum? Ever. No one has been able to answer that question for me in the entire time that I did Limit Break Radio, since coming back to FF14. No one has, it's the challenge is fun. Well, fucking good for you. If that's what you consider fun, fine. Some people nail their fucking balls to a step stool. I can't help you with what you consider fun. But if the incentive is literally stripped from me 6 months after getting it, then the incentive doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah.
And you know what? I have the fucking Dreadworm gear to back that shit up. Because at the time that I was getting it and I was grinding for it and I was working for it, I had no idea that in 3 patches that none of that gear would be fucking relevant. No idea. So it's like it literally, once you figure out what that cycle is, it seems to me most people raid one cycle and then they're like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, it just kind of burns you out.
Yeah.
Because it takes so much effort to get through one tier, like that by the time you're done with that tier and then your gear's irrelevant, you're just like, well, what did I really do all that for?
Yeah.
For fun?
So I can glamour it? Like, what is, like even the fucking, most of the glamour options on them suck. Like, fuck me, dude.
Yeah, and I mean, and that is part of it. I mean, there is the social aspect to raiding, right? Like, if you're raiding with a group of friends, that's your like game night, right? Like,
sure.
People do raiding as like their game night. So like, all your friends play this MMO, you just raid together. Like, that's your night out with the boys. Like, people, some people play, Overwatch together, or they play like another game together. Like, that's just their game, and that's what they do. Like that, and that's fine. Like that's fun. Like, I mean, I've had my experience with that with groups of friends, just shooting the shit, fucking dying to bosses over and over again, fucking having a good time. Just it can be fun, but it also, obviously if you're just beating your head into something and you're not getting anything out of it, like as much fun it is as play with people, like it can also just become frustrating and make you not want to play the game.
Exactly.
It's like, well, instead of beating our head against this, why don't we just go play something else?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just, I want to point out, too, that, back in FF11, it was more the drama and of the competition and even, intergroup dynamics that would get people to stop doing H&Ms or what you would be considered, end game content at that time. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't the level of burnout. Not unless you were like fucking waking up at like 5 a.m. to go fucking camp KB or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I could see, that level definitely has severe burnout. But like it was the end game scene was so different and so much less. I don't know what's transitory. Because I feel like people come in and out of the rating scene all the time. They're like, yeah, I'm interested in it this cycle, and then they drop out 3 months later because they're fucking burnt out from it. It was so much different in FF11, and again, I don't know if that's just rose-colored glasses on my part, or if it was actually better that way. It certainly was different.
Yeah. I think it will be interesting. I think a big telling point in that will be when Ashes finally comes out, because some of the dynamics of raiding in Ashes seem very interesting, where the raids are not instanced.
Yes, I agree. I think that
will be the kind of telling of whether that aspect of the game was actually like the reason people participated in it, why it was fun. Like something could be fun and frustrating at the same time.
Absolutely.
Like, because like part of the fun, like
Dark Souls.
Yeah, exactly. Like the like just that level of like competition where you're competing against another guild for a world boss or something. Like it's just like that excitement of that competition alone can kind of drive you to killing this boss that may not even necessarily drop anything that anyone needs, but like the fact that you got the kill over the other guild, like you can flex over them for it. Like that's what MMOs are all about.
Fuck yes. There was shit talk and competition, and yes, and that to me, there is an element of that kind of competition inside of PvE that has been completely lost. Because it was unfair and people's fifis got hurt, and and because people would shit talk, it was like, it's so toxic. Like, no, that's competitive. And yes, some people can take it too far. Some people can be dicks about it. But you know what? That's competition. You see some of the same things in like esports or in streaming at a high level where people fucking measure dick sizes with their audience numbers or with their APM numbers or their fucking their KDR numbers. Like that's the competitive side of MMOs that has been all but erased. And yeah, you have PvP that has some of that, except the way the PvP in this game operates has been dumbed down and made I don't, it feels pointless. I haven't done PvP since coming back, and I don't want to. Like that, I think that was one of the more interesting aspects of FF11 that FF11 did by just having a fucking claim system. That's it. Like, you attack this monster first, it's yours, unless you're in a fucking party. I hope Ashes of Creation does a fucking claim system. Like, to me, that would...
I think they said they were going to do a system. I think their system's going to be similar to how I think hunts in 14 work, where the party that tags it gets like extra credit on it, but if another party does more damage to it, then like they can get credit for it.
Interesting.
Or something like that, or it might be shared credit. I think you can get a fraction of the credit or something.
But I mean, then
it's been a while since I watched the thing explaining it,
but then don't the mechanics just end up becoming like hunts anyway, where it just becomes a big fucking gangbang on it?
Yeah.
I see. Again, it's the claim system, because if you have a claim system, you're claiming it for your party or your alliance. That's max. Fucking, I can't remember what.
And people not in your party aren't going to come participate and help you kill the boss. They're going to like try to fuck with you or
Yes.
do some other shit.
Yes.
Because I mean, one MMO I'm actually kind of excited to play coming out is New World. Like, it's Amazon's new game coming out.
Oh, okay.
This spring. I mean, it's a very different MMO from like 14 or WoW or anything, because it's more of an open world. It's got Dark Souls-esque combat, and it's more about like gathering and crafting weapons and then like leveling weapon skills, and like, because there's no classes or anything. Your class is basically based entirely off of like the skills that you level.
Yeah. That's like
sandboxy MMO.
Oh shit! I just DC'd for some reason. That's like Ultima Online shit, right? Like that's the way that Ultima Online operated. That was one of the things that I absolutely loved about it. Was, you know, like there wasn't classes, there were skills, and you had to actually do the thing to raise your skill. So you had to either, you know, swing at a you know, practice dummy, or a monster to be able to raise your sword skill. If you wanted to cook, you know, you learn cooking by cooking. You know, like that. I like that idea. Like, that's a concept that seems very appealing to me.
Yeah, and it was originally meant to be like a very PvP focused MMO. Like that was the original prospect of the game. Was it was supposed to be like an open world PvP driven MMO. Sure. Where like there was originally like apparently in like the early alpha there was like no flagging system. You were constantly flagged for PvP. Like, so anytime you went out in the world, but it's a faction system, right? So there's 3 different factions, and so if you encountered anyone from another faction, like, they could potentially just kill you.
Actually, I kind of like that. I kind of dig that.
And but they decided to opt out of that because obviously people are going to bitch about that. So they kind of backed out on that. But so they added a flagging system, so like you can opt in or out of PvP. And if you opt into PvP, there's like PvP specific missions you can do. You get more XP from doing stuff when you're flagged for PvP, etc., etc. And then there's also like these settlements that you can take over with your guild, and then like a guild controlling a faction controlling a city doesn't stop people from another faction using that city, but the people who own it get an added benefit. Gotcha. As well as there will be quests in that city that people from the other factions can complete for the PvP quests to add like notoriety to that city. And once the bar fills up, then a guild from that faction can declare war on that city and try to take it over through their like siege mode, where there's like a big like siege battle where people
did that actually that sounds fun as hell.
Yeah, it's. I did one of the wars one time. It was really cool.
It actually
outside of the hatchet being OP, but it was like a preview. So
it reminds me a little bit of Lineage 2, because Lineage 2 used to have these big siege, you know, like city sieges that were pretty cool to play. Also, ESO had had all of Cyrodiil. That was that big PvP map. So. Had at least a little bit of that same feeling. So, yeah, I think I'm pretty close to being out of shit. I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty almost out of speculation. Was there anything else that you wanted to add about 6.0 before I let you go?
No, I think we hit a lot of.
Oh yeah, we hit a lot of points.
I think I'm kind of out of shit too to talk about. So
we definitely hit a lot of points. Well, thanks, Dark Flux. It's been great chatting with you, man.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one. I'll see you around.
Yep. And so, ladies and gents, I believe that's going to actually bring me to the end of today's stream. No Fallout 76 tonight, as it is just 2 minutes before midnight. I do believe that I have work tomorrow, and I'm actually going to need to get to bed at a reasonable hour. Plus, I haven't eaten today. Well, I did eat, I haven't eaten dinner yet, so didn't eat before around 7. So yeah, I'm hungry. That's my long way of saying I'm hungry. So I'm going to go ahead and just plan on exporting this entire session out to YouTube. This has been a fascinating conversation. I want to thank everyone who called in and hung out with me and gave me some good conversation points about what we could expect coming up in 6.0. By the way, I want to remind you guys that coming up Sunday, February 7th, 8 p.m. I know it's Super Bowl Sunday, but fuck Super Bowl Sunday. This is going to be more interesting. If you enjoyed today's conversation, if you enjoyed today's speculation, then I think you're going to want to tune in on Sunday if you want to hear the reaction side of things. If you're a fan of Limit Break Radio, this is going to be a session not to be missed. Again, 8 p.m. here, Sunday, February 7th. Be here. It's going to be a good time. Sunday. Zero, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. And by the way, I appreciate all of you that have been watching tonight and chatting with me. It is appreciated. By the way, thank you to Ramos, Evil Lives, Zemless. We also had Fusion X, King Bro Hamet with the raid. Copper Nicholson was hanging out here for a second. Pinello Plays, Doris Ginvanian, Side to Kai. Thank you all, guys. Meet Moo. Thank you all for hanging out and for contributing to the discussion here this evening. Also, thank you to T-Money for calling in earlier, and of course to Dark Flux for rounding us here out at the end of today's broadcast. Again, if you're finding us on YouTube, if you're finding this on YouTube, then maybe consider heading on over to our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Limit Break Radio, giving that a follow, and click that little bell icon to get notifications on when we go live so that you can join us and maybe be a part of future discussions here that we have on the channel. That's going to be it for me, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. The conversations have been fascinating. I hope I will see you back here on Sunday, but also on Thursday. Let's go old school night because I'm going to be playing some FF11. I can tell you what I've gotten set up. For Thursday, I'm going to be solo farming some Corrine Caroine as I continue to work on my catalog. And I've also gotten to the final fight of Rhapsodies of Vonadil. So those are two things that you're definitely going to see here on Thursday when you tune in. So if you're a Final Fantasy XI fan, check that out. We may end up on Fallout 76 that night, and we might not. But if not, check out Fallout Friday. Friday starting at 7 p.m. Where we do Fallout games here. And yeah, again, Sunday, February 7th. 8 p.m. Make sure you check it out. That's it for me, guys. I'm going to be sending out a raid to another FF14 streamer here in just a second. Make sure you stick around for the raid and let them know that you came from Limit Break Radio. Have a good one, guys. Have a great night.